Good morning, colleagues. I hope we're all well. We are about 3 minutes away from our starting time. Looking forward to our session. May I just check if Dr. Stuart Ngandu is in the room, please? Dr. Ngandu? Okay, no worries. Thank you.
I'm just admitting him now.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Doing magic room.
Okay. Colleagues, good morning once more. May you kindly confirm if you can see me and hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
we can.
Welcome to the final day of the HSRC Training Academy. I am Dr. Neo Mufukeng. I will be chairing our session this morning, greeting you all the way from the Node for African Thought, the University of Zululand, which is unfashionably cold this morning. But welcome to our final day. We're looking forward to a wonderful session focusing on theory and research. Our presenter is Dr. Stuart Ngandu. Dr. Ngandu, may you kindly confirm if you've joined the room?
Good morning, colleagues. I'm in the session.
Okay, thank you, Doc. I will just get the colleagues through your bio, and then I will hand over to you. Our technical assistant this morning is Lindiwe Mlaumbazo. Thank you, Lindiwe, for assisting us this morning. And please remember to tell us where you're from in the chat. I've seen colleagues have started posting already. You didn't, some of you didn't wait for the invitation. Thanks for taking initiative with that. And also there was a question from Ngedo Moi. I hope, Ngedo, you saw the response. There is a link to the repository for the training academy throughout the week. And I think you can access previous years as well. So I hope that is helpful to you. Okay, so back to our presenter. Presenter is Dr. Stuart Ngandu. He holds the position of Chief Research Manager within the Equitable Education and Economies Division at the Human Sciences Research Council, the HSRC, one of our hosts. He has expertise in development economics encompassing a range of critical areas such as impact evaluation, skills development, and analysis of school to work transitions. His methodological strengths include proposal writing, research management, quantitative data analysis, and survey design. Dr. Ngandu's academic foundation includes a Doctor of Philosophy, which is a PhD in public policy from the University of Pretoria. His research agenda is situated at the nexus of economics and public policy, with particular emphasis on program evaluation, labor market transitions, the employment impacts of development interventions, and post-school education and training systems. He also possesses specialized knowledge in public policy evaluation and strategic integration of empirical evidence into national policy frameworks. Dr. Ngandu's notable achievement involves his role as principal investigator for the development of the seminal 2017 to 2027 Tourism Human Resource Development Strategy. Further, he contributed as an expert panel member to the redesign of South Africa's expanded public works program, which is the EPWP, for the 2020 to 2024 period. Dr. Ngandu has also demonstrated significant success in resource mobilization, securing over 160 million rands in research funding, and actively contributes to scholarly discourse through editorial roles for the South Africa Social Security Review. So, Dr. Ngandu, this is you. Thank you for sharing your expertise with us this morning. I'll just go through the learning objectives that you have for the morning, and then I'll hand over officially then to you. So, colleagues, Dr. Ngandu's 3 learning objectives this morning. Firstly, to explain the multi-level role of theory across a research manuscript. The second one is to diagnose and improve theoretical integration in real research text. Thirdly, is to design a coherent theory-aligned research statement for our own projects as the participants in this session. And finally, Dr. Ngandu has 1 or 2 practical activities that he will take us through. So please, we encourage fully your participation throughout the session. Feel free to post your questions, your comments in the comment section as well. We'll get to them later in the session, unless if Dr. Ngandu would want us to pause and reflect on a few of those. I'm happy, Doc, to read them out or to monitor. I'll be monitoring the chats for you. So let me know if there's anything else that you need. Myself and Lindy, we are more than happy to assist you. Dr. Ngandu, I'll hand over to you then.
Okay, thanks very much for the introduction. I'm just going to turn my video on so that you can see the person who's going to be facilitating the session. So I'm just going to fire up my presentation and then proceed to share. Just give me a second here. Stop. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so let me just put it in presentation mode. Which view are you seeing?
We are seeing what you should be seeing, Doc.
Okay. Is it now in present? Is it the presenter view or presentation?
It's still on the presenter view.
Okay, great stuff. So this.
Sorry, Doc. It's on the presenter view. We're not seeing the full slide yet.
Okay, let me swap those out. Can you now see? Okay,
Yes.
great stuff. Okay, so basically, this section is really motivated by the importance that theory plays within the research process, and also the challenge that we face with respect to the integration of theory. So last year when I presented the same module, I think I spent a lot of time contrasting how theory is used in the social sciences and the natural sciences, and also discussing very specific elements of what theory is. But this year, I've decided to use a different approach, which is to literally dissect a research manuscript. So in this case, we would be moving from, this is the multi-level role as mentioned by our chair, that one of the things that this is going to do is to help us understand what it means when we say multi-level function of theory within a manuscript. So basically going through the introduction, explaining what the role of theory is in the introduction, literature review, your framework chapters, because we've got 3 frameworks, your methods, results chapter, so that we understand. So the goal here is to not only answer the question, what is theory and how do we use it, but to also give you what I would like to believe can serve as a resource that you guys can actually utilize. And one of the things that I've done, I'm just going to stop sharing my presentation because I also want to show you a document, a framework that I have created. I don't know if you can see this grid here. I'm now in Microsoft Word. So I've also created this matrix here, which is basically because after I had finished the presentation with respect to the various sections of a research paper or thesis, describing the typical subsection, what you find, the subsections that you find, the purpose of that particular section, the role of theory in that section, the practical uses of theory in that section, and best practices. I decided to take the whole presentation and put it in this comprehensive research structure and theory application matrix. So this is literally the whole presentation on one page, but it highly summarizes what is in the presentation by briefly explaining what the role of theory in that section is, practical uses of that theory, and the best practices of integrating that theory into your research. So I'm going to share this with you at the end, and you will notice that your appreciation of this matrix here, this theory application matrix, will be enhanced once we have gone through the presentation. So I think that's something that is that's a resource that's going to be useful to people, because what I wanted was to also have a situation where you have a resource that you can always draw on when you're now doing your research. So I'll go back to the presentation now. Am I back? Is it clear that I'm now back in the presentation?
Yes, it
Can
is.
you see? Okay, great stuff. Okay, so what is theory and how do we use theory in research? So here we start with a seminal understanding of theory, the foundations of theory. And what we learn here is that I'm having problems moving the slides. Let's see. Okay, there we go. So the term theory in its broadest sense refers to an explanation or model that helps us understand phenomena, all phenomena under the sun. And as with most things, it comes from ancient Greece, where theoria meant contemplating or viewing. And it was really seen, Aristotle saw it as the pursuit of knowledge for its own sake. And he distinguished theoretical knowledge from practical knowledge, which is praxis. So the classical view of theory, this classical view treated theory as disinterested inquiry, valued for simply yielding knowledge and understanding. It didn't have any immediate practical utility. And when you think about it, research almost works in the same way, that we set out to do research and we don't really know whether our research is going to be utilized or not. We're simply doing it because we think that the problem that we've investigated is important. So over time, the meaning of theory has evolved. So in modern science, theory came to denote a systematic evidence-based explanation, but not just any explanation, a well-explained explanation of a phenomena of interest, a well-explained explanation. So in scientific context, the word just a theory is actually a misnomer, because as we know, in scientific inquiry, the word theory is very loaded, and it's not very easy to develop theories in science. So to just generalize it and say it's just a theory is something that is incompatible with science. So modern usage often constructs theory with practice, right? So practice is usually the application, and it also further contrasts it with empirical observation. So one way of thinking about it is that theories are abstract models of how things work, and your facts are observations. Practice is actually the application of knowledge. And it's also distinguished from a hypothesis, which is just a testable proposition. So general definition of theory emphasizes its explanatory role, and it can be seen as a set of interrelated constructs and concepts, definitions, and propositions that present a systematic view of phenomena by specifying relationships amongst variables with the purpose of explaining and predicting the phenomena. So this notion of concepts within a domain, the relationships amongst those concepts, that provides an account of how and why the phenomenon occurs, lies at the heart of theory. So theories are very systematic and logical explanation, and they play a very important role in imposing order on complexity. So the concept of theory, although it is multifaceted and debated, at a high level, there's a general agreement that theory explains patterns or regularities that are often specifies the conditions, and this is very important for research, the conditions under which these explanations hold. And you will find that these are called the boundary conditions of the theory. Boundary conditions have got a very important role. They play a very important role in research, as you will see. So a theory is fundamentally about understanding. And I think Aristotle is credited for coining this so-called proverb in the philosophy of science, which is theory decides what we can observe, what can be observed. It guides where we look and how we interpret reality. So because it does that, good theories not only collate what is known, but also shine light on what is not yet understood. So what is not yet understood is the business of research. We never do research on areas of work that are already known. So we always do research on areas where we don't have any understanding or knowledge. So this is why theory is very important. So if theory decides what can be observed, it means that theory is intrinsically linked to the very essence of research in itself, which is why theory plays a very important role in theory and why we are learning how to apply theory in research. So here I have these definitions here. I'm not going to go through all of them in detail. Like I explained earlier on, what I've tried to do with the presentation is to basically make a self-contained presentation that you can actually read by yourself after this module. But the essence of this definition of theory from this source is basically telling researchers should understand that theory is not merely a summary of observations, but a framework for explaining how and why phenomena occur. We should guide the entire research process. Edwin Locke, I don't know if you're familiar with Edwin Locke, he's the theorist, he's a theorist. He postulated goal-setting theory. And the essence of how he defines theory is that researchers should not shy away from detailing the causal relationships, because theory is inherently causal. So don't shy away from detailing the causal relationships in your study and what they reveal and how your findings contribute to understanding. Because once you have causal relationships, under causal relationships are always underlying mechanisms. And this could be social processes and phenomena that explain the phenomena. So detailing the causal relationship means that your findings will begin to contribute to the understanding of how the underlying mechanism of your phenomena actually work. So Swanson's conceptualization of theory, what it tells us about theory in research is that researchers should aim to synthesize and integrate key foundational theories to explain the essential phenomena. So yeah, what he's basically saying is what often happens with people is you will say, I'm going to use theory A and theory B, and you just list them. He is saying there has to be an integration. And one of the concepts that I want you guys to really always think about when doing your research, especially in the social sciences and to some extent in the natural sciences, almost always our philosophical framework is integrative, our theoretical frameworks are integrative, and the conceptual framework is integrative. The integrative component, what that means is we are always going to blend several theories together. So he's saying here, it shouldn't be an accumulation of a hodgepodge of loosely connected theories, but you should be making the interconnections within your theory. Waker basically is saying that researchers must take great care in defining their terms. So theoretical clarity is important. So once you start using certain theoretical concepts within your research, you should make sure that you avoid ambiguity by defining the same thing. So once you've defined a construct, you use that construct throughout the research process. So one of the areas, one of the things that we need to talk about is boundary conditions, because boundary conditions are very, very important for research. And remember, theory delimits the boundaries with respect to where your research occurs. So what are boundary conditions? Boundary conditions are, in theory-driven research, these are explicit statements of where, when, with whom, or under what circumstances a theory's proposition holds. Now, this is very important. So you want to understand, let's say you want to understand one quick way of understanding your boundary conditions within your research is to understand the boundary conditions of your theory. So your theory will always specify where it applies. And by extension, that begins to inform you on where your boundary conditions are. So stating boundary conditions keeps scholars from overgeneralizing and tells readers this explanation works under these circumstances and may not work when those circumstances change. So it introduces precision with respect to our work. We're not all over the show. We don't have a one-size-fits-all approach. Our boundary conditions are telling us exactly where we're looking and why we're looking in that specific area under a given discipline. Research design alignment, because those boundary conditions, where and with whom, begin to inform things like your sampling. Measures and analysis must fit the context where your theory is expected to work. And it also gives a roadmap for future work. So here, what it means, so because you've got a boundary condition, knowledge proceeds by pushing boundaries. So people always say we're pushing the boundaries of knowledge. Pushing the boundaries of knowledge simply means that later studies would deliberately test. So you will say, my study only works within a South African context. And then someone else from Kenya would say, well, that study was done within South Africa.
Hi, Dr. Stewart. Dr. Ngandu, you're not coming through anymore.
Yeah, I can see we've lost the.
Oh,
Okay, I
If
was
you are,
disconnected there for a second.
oh yeah,
oh,
now we can hear you.
Okay, but what was the last point? What was the last point?
if you
Oh,
could share a slide, I can point to exactly the point you were on.
You were
Okay.
talking about boundaries, and one study saying the study was done in South Africa and therefore has not been
Okay,
done in
great.
Kenya.
Yeah, this is the slide, right?
Yes, that's the slide.
Yeah, exactly. So boundary conditions are very important. And remember, the essence here is that your boundary conditions are in your theories. So
Another technical hitch. You're gone again, Doc.
Yeah, Dr. Ngandu, I wonder if you can hear us. I think there might be an issue with your connection there. Okay, colleagues, if you could please be a bit patient, just allow Dr. Ngandu to come back in again. In the meantime, there have been a few comments, questions in the chat asking for where colleagues can access material from the academy. I have been sharing the link with a few colleagues, but please do check in the chats. Other colleagues are asking if they can access last year's material as well. The same link that I've been sharing for the 2025 Academy should permit you to
okay,
access the
so it
2024
seems as if
as
I
well.
am dropping in and out.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, Doc, we lost you again on that same point on the boundary conditions.
Okay, it seems as if I don't know what's happening with my connection.
Okay.
Let's give it another shot. Right. Okay. So basically what I was saying about boundary conditions is that you should be very sensitive about boundary conditions, and you should always have them in the foreground of your research, because boundary conditions are always explicit or sometimes implied in theory. Those boundary conditions of the theories that you're using in your research, they translate to the boundary conditions of your study. So the significance of that is your results of your study will also be bounded by the boundary conditions that are implicit in theory. So that is something that is very important. So here I was basically saying location and population is a boundary condition and it matters. Cultural and structural prerequisites are important. Does the theory assume values, resources, or norms? Because once those values, which are assumed by your theory, break down, that's going to translate into your research as well. So you've got to be explicit with respect to your boundary conditions. And you should have a statement that says, under these conditions, that smartphones are widely available and instructional autonomy is permitted, technology acceptance model predicts. So having statements like that in your research is important. So you're basically treating boundary conditions as guardrails. They keep your theoretical vehicle on a clear, credible path and invite others to explore the roads you choose not to take. And that becomes very important. So you don't end up being criticized for claims that your work is not making. So within the introduction, what is the role of theory? So in the introduction, theory is not just an afterthought. It's really about justifying the why of the problem and why it's worth investigating and how you intend to approach it. So you're using your theory to achieve these objectives, indicating your theoretical perspective at the onset positions your research within a continuing scholarly discourse. So theory acts in terms of it justifies the research gap that you're defining. Theory X has not yet been applied in this context. It clarifies the key relationships in your research. It guides reader expectations with respect to how they should, the interpretation that they should have with respect to your results. And practical use of theory. The goal in the introduction is to use theory in a very strategic way. It's not to provide an expansive explanation. It's just to give an orientation by citing one or two seminal theoretical works that frame and highlight your problem. So you're not really going deep into the research. So here is an illustrative example of education theory in South Africa. So this is a study evaluating computer-based reading program could state. So this could state student engagement theory suggests that motivation and context are key to learning. However, no research to date has examined these principles in this specific South African context. This study addresses that gap using an integrated theoretical lens. Again, the integrated theoretical lens is important. And here, it's the integration of student engagement theory and technology acceptance model. And this is what makes your research unique when you start blending these theory. In fact, the uniqueness of your research is always going to be intertwined with the theories that you have chosen to utilize. And here are more examples. I'm not going to go into these examples in the interest of time. So what are the common mistakes that are made in the introduction? One of the common mistakes that's made in the introduction is completely ignoring theory. You don't mention any theory in your introduction, and therefore you then don't go on to anchor your work in any scholarly perspective. And you also give a shopping list, a laundry list of citations without synthesizing them with respect to that big so what that we want. And also the mismatch of terms, right? You use normal language or everyday language in your research questions, and then later on you switch to using the concepts that are derived from your theory. That usually causes confusion. So best practice in the introduction for integrating theory: establish a clear theoretical anchor early on. Connect theory. So always make that connection and justify the connection of the theory to your research problem, and also ensure technological consistency, and also avoid theoretical overload. So here, only cite the most salient theories that are relevant for your problem. So one of the things that I've also done, understanding that we've got people who are writing masters and PhD theses, and some people are also interested with respect to how to treat theory within a thesis or a journal. Within a master's thesis, it's usually very expansive, and it could be a chapter called theoretical orientation. I think in my PhD thesis, I did have a section called theoretical orientation, and you really go deeper into these theories. In a journal article, it's extremely concise because there's an assumption that the readers are familiar with the theories within that work. So what you're trying to do is to really come up with a very focused pitch which familiarizes the reader. So it's a single hook with respect to the theories that you're going to be using. In the literature review, the role of theory is basically to act as a central organizing principle in your research. And it's really about comparing and how different theories have been applied within your area of work, because this begins to serve as the justification for the theories that you use. So mapping the lay of the land with respect to all of these explanations, because remember, there are a lot of explanations with respect to your phenomena. Why are you choosing this one particular explanation or these 2-3 theories? That happens, that justification happens within your literature review. So justifying your theoretical choice is important. So here you must go beyond a practical use, from description to critical synthesis. Always give a critical synthesis of these theories. And here's an example. So this example basically uses the theories themselves as the structure of the literature review. So in this case here, you could say economic rationalist explanations. All right, so here, this is water conservation in South Africa, and you group your theories in, you structure your literature review according to economic rationalist explanations, reviewing studies that use rational choice theory to explain water use. And then you could then move on to say that there are psychological explanations, reviewing studies grounded in behavior change, and cultural explanations which examine. So the reason why, so you're not just randomly choosing these as headings. You're choosing these headings because of your research, right? It's water conservation in South Africa. So this begins to drive towards that integration of theory. Because once you have said, my phenomena, people have looked at it from an economic rationalist perspective, psychological perspective, the theory of plant behavior, I am going to integrate these 3 theoretical perspectives to inform my particular research. So you could write as an example here, while studies using the theory of plant behavior find that attributes predict behavior, this Western-centric model has shown mixed results in collectivist South African context, suggesting its assumptions might not necessarily hold. So that will come at the end of your theoretical review. So things to avoid: being descriptive and not being analytical. So you're just saying X found this, Y found that. In fact, one of the things that you find is that very few people use theory as an important golden thread that ties their literature review together. And if you really want, especially when it comes to publishing in high-ranked journals, they will always prioritize works that are driven by theory and avoid works that simply that are not really anchored in theory, where the literature review is just explaining and not synthesizing. So this lack of thematic organization is very important. And here the essence is saying that you should seriously consider in your research to organize your literature review by theoretical orientation. Failing to state a rationale, here it's very important to say the so what. Why are you reviewing these theories? Where is the gap? The so what is always going to be the gap. That gap is justifying your study. So sometimes also another limitation is using a singular perspective. Like I said, in social phenomena, we rarely have one theory that will explain social phenomena. So integrating perspectives becomes important. So compare, critique, structure by themes. These are best practices. Use transitions to highlight your gaps. So at the end of each section, summarize what logically leads, a summary that logically leads to the next. And it is a cumulative statement to the overall theoretical gap that your study is going to utilize. And obviously, justifying your theoretical framework becomes important. So how do you use theory, thesis versus journal article? So here the difference is the scope, right? So in a master's, it's a whole chapter, which could be up to 8 or 12,000 words. And it traces the history of those theories, often ends with a visual conceptual model or detailed propositions. In a journal article, the literature review, 1 or 2 pages, often embedded in an introduction, and cites the most important theories with respect to that particular topic. So here I'm talking about the philosophical framework. Your philosophical framework is usually integrated in your literature review, but here I'm discussing it separately so that we really understand how we begin to introduce theory in our theoretical framework. So your theoretical framework is really the stage for your theory. This is your worldview as the researcher, the worldview that informs your theory. And it sets the boundary conditions for what you consider to be valid knowledge, and therefore what kinds of theories are appropriate for your works. Remember, what constitutes valid knowledge? That's ontology. So positivist paradigm assumes objective reality would lead to you testing, establishing tests, and generalizable theories become important, and quantitative methods. An interpretivist or constructivist paradigm, it naturally necessitates that you use interpretivist theories to explore meaning. So this becomes very important. So that's a check that you can do when you're doing your research. If you're using a positivist paradigm, do you have theories that amend themselves to generalization? So in this section, declare your paradigm, right? Where you explicitly say this study is situated within an interpretivist paradigm, which makes these assumptions. Explain your stance, right? Ontologically, and be very, very explicit. Ontologically, this research assumes a relativist stance. Epistemologically, knowledge is viewed as co-constructed between the researcher and the participant. Connect the paradigm to the theory. So the interpretivist stance that you've taken therefore justifies the methodology that you're using. So that's how you are using theory within your philosophical framework. And here are examples that you can read when you download the presentation from the repository. So common mistakes to avoid: jargon, making claims that it's interpretivist, and then you treat data as giving objective reality or objective truth. That is a mistake that sometimes people make. Using cookie cutter statements, you're just copying a textbook. You're just copying from your textbooks. And a lot of people do it with a philosophical framework. You just copy these paradigm definitions, put them in your theory without really specifying how exactly they fit into your research. Failing to address positionality, which is your own background and biases with respect to the use of that particular paradigm. So here, best practices: be explicit and consistent. Consistency is very important. Cite paradigm scholars. So there are central paradigm scholars like Thomas Kuhn, the big heavyweight in the philosophy of science. Guber and Lincoln have contributed. They've got their seminal paper from 1985, which is called Competing Ontologies, which is often cited when people are doing qualitative research. Connect your paradigm to methods. So here you're literally saying this ontological stance informs the study's methodology, a qualitative case design, and theoretical framework, which prioritizes subjective interpretation. Remember, the rule is they cannot be methodology without ontology. And what that simply means is if ontology defines the nature of reality, you cannot come up with a method that explores reality without understanding the nature of reality. So that's what it means to say there cannot be methodology without ontology, because ontology tells us what is valid and what is real. So that's something that's very important, because that then begins to point you not only to your methodology, but also it gives you an understanding of the theories that you are supposed to be using. So using accessible language. And again, there's a stark difference between thesis and journal. In a thesis, there's a dedicated, you can have a dedicated section that just looks at your philosophical framework. In a journal, your philosophical framework or your paradigm does not usually feature explicitly, but it is inferred and it is implicit with respect to your methodological choices. So do you see why it is important, right, to say to understand philosophical frameworks? And why this statement here, you can't have methodology without ontology, because in a journal article, we will infer your ontological stance from your methodology. So if somebody says, I'm using a quantitative method and I'm going to use a regression, automatically we know that is positivist. If somebody says, I'm using ethnography, already we know that is interpretivist. So this link is a hard link that you find within the philosophy of science, and being consistent in that becomes important, more so within the context of a thesis. So the theoretical framework now, this is the area where theory really shines. This is your theoretical framework basically surfaces your theoretical stance throughout the research, and it guides the research design. It dictates what variables, because you're pulling your variables from your theories, right? The constructs in your theories begin to tell you what those variables are. It structures your analysis. It provides the basis for understanding the hypothesis. So structuring your analysis, the way theory structures your analysis, you're right, and you've built this in your theoretical framework. So you have to build it into your theoretical framework, because if you're talking about rationalist views with respect to water conservation, psychological theory of plant behavior, those become the headings within which you use when you begin to do your analysis. So there's a synergy here between your theoretical framework and the way you do your analysis. Anchors your discussion. So your discussion that you're going to have, your discussion is going to be going back to the theories to say, my research finds evidence that supports the technology acceptance model. So it begins to frame. So here, your theoretical framework. So what this means is that your theoretical framework should be very clear in terms of what aspects of those theories your research is going to cover, which is the boundary conditions become important. So you're choosing the boundary conditions that are defined within the theory. Those are now in your research. You've built those into your research, into your methodology. And when you're now doing your discussion, you stay within those boundary conditions and you don't go outside the boundary conditions, because you don't want your analysis to overreach or go beyond what your findings suggest. So building your theoretical framework is very active. So here there's defined key constructs. So in this study, the central construct is self-efficacy, defined by Bandura. Bandura is one of the heavyweights when it comes to theories. There's so many theories that we're all familiar with that Bandura came up with, and I think what is it? It's moral. He's got a theory that looks at morals that is very popular in psychology. So here you're literally using self-efficacy defined by Bandura as one's belief in one's ability to successfully execute a task. And here you could also state the propositions or hypothesis. According to the theory of plant behavior, a positive attitude towards entrepreneurship, supportive subjective norms, and high perceived behavioral control will lead to a stronger entrepreneurial intent. So those are the ways in which you are using theory within your theoretical framework. And here's another example of brain drain in Nigeria. So here, what this study does is it uses the classic push-pull theory of migration, but it also uses an informal expression that is used in Nigeria, japada, and that is meaning to stay or to go. So it then fuses mainstream push-pull theory with this construct here that is in Nigeria. So the theoretical framework creates the basis upon which these two formal theoretical perspective and an informal theoretical perspective are going to be integrated within this theory. So here, problems: lack of clarity, the theory and data do not connect, improper referencing, using theories without citing, especially the original theories, is very important. Misusing a theory, applying a theory outside of its intended scope, that's also another problem. Best practices, always ground it in theory. Try and use a diagram as a visual link with respect to how the theories are connected. Thread theory throughout, right? So thread your theory throughout using language that is intentionally using the language of your framework, and justify and adapt, which is explain why the theory is important. And here, the difference really within the theoretical framework, again, it's a question of detail. Very detailed in a thesis, but highly streamlined within a journal article. So within the methodology, the role of theory is just to ensure that congruence with respect to how your theory is used. So theory is not left behind. And here, this means your design, instruments, and analysis, everything you're using theory to make those choices about design, about instruments and analysis. So here, when we look at your research design, we want to be able to see that if a theory predicting causality might demand an experiment, whilst an exploratory theory might require qualitative case studies. So we want to see that consistency. Analysis, as I mentioned earlier on, are you using your theories to guide and structure your analysis? So here, practical use, a strong methodology demonstrates a clear line of sight with respect to your theoretical framework. And an example here is a study on job-seeking success might use Lean's network theory to operationalize the construct of social capital by measuring the size of a job seeker's network. So here you're using network theory to measure the size of a job seeker's network. And simultaneously, it will use human capital theory to justify including education and work experience variables within your instruments. So developing instruments, you'll find that your instruments are always the best way of designing your instruments is to integrate, because remember, you want to test a theory. Your research is testing theory. So if your research is testing theory, the constructs and concepts within those theories must be present within your instrument. And you should be able to say, these set of questions, once answered, will allow me to go back to my theories and say whether that theory basically supports or it does not support the theory. So here, I'm mindful of time, so I'm just giving an overall explanation with respect to what's on the slide. Again, once you get the slide, you should be able to revisit this and pick up and fill in any parts that I have missed. So within the methodology, again, the common mistakes that are made here is a disconnect from theory. So you've been talking about theory, you've got a theoretical framework, but all of a sudden, there is no link within your methodology with respect to your instruments, with respect to your design and all of that. Your instruments, you just come up with instruments, no justification. They're not linked to any of the constructs in your model, ignoring the theoretical assumptions. And some of those assumptions have to be tested by your methodology. So the way you design your methodology should be done in a way that tests the assumptions of your theory. Failing to discuss validity in theoretical terms is also important. Construct validity is very, very important when designing your instruments, because your instruments, remember, when you now do your Krogman alpha test and all of that, those are testing construct validity. And that construct validity is always going to be stronger if it is coming from theory. And once you test construct validity, because you integrated theoretical constructs into your instruments, your methodology integrated them into your instruments, when you do your Krogman alpha tests, which then validate the construct, the moment you validate the construct from your Likert scales in your research, you have automatically validated the theory from where the constructs come from. So it then makes it easy for you to then go and say that my theory validates, and that's going to be very powerful. My theory, because I found construct validity in my research, my study validates the theory of technological, or the theory of planned behavior. So that becomes very important in informing your discussion, the rationale of your discussion. You can also use an operational table. An operational table is to simply say you've got theory, concept, and then you say, for this concept here, this is the question that I'm going to ask with respect to this particular construct in your table. And again, here, it's elaboration. The difference is in elaboration. In a thesis, you elaborate expansively. You're making those linkages between theory and methodology, very explicit. In a journal, it's very succinct. You're simply sticking to what is absolutely necessary for the reader. And remember, within a journal article, you are assuming that the reader is knowledgeable with respect to your work. So with respect to the results section of your paper, the role of theory in the results section is very subtle but crucial, right? You are not explaining the theory here, but you're using it, as I've been repeatedly saying, as an organizational scaffolding for your findings. So this is very important. The moment you go into your because remember, you can always write a results section where you're just describing, we found this, we found that. But if you're not tying it back, especially when it comes to trying to publish in high scholarly journals, because high scholarly journals want to advance knowledge, and the advancement of knowledge through research almost always happens by pushing the boundaries of knowledge. The boundaries of knowledge are defined by theories. So when you are synthesizing and organizing your results based on when you're synthesizing the results of your research based on your theoretical framework, you're automatically killing multiple birds with one stone, and you find that your results section is going to have tremendous value to your audience. These become the papers that people cite to say, this paper with respect to water conservation, with respect to entrepreneurship and SMMEs in South Africa, has been able to find that entrepreneurial trait theory, because in your findings, you're saying that we find support for the entrepreneurial trait theory in South African small to medium enterprises. That is what people begin to cite with respect to your particular results, because people are not going to cite the way you've synthesized your methodology. People are going to cite your findings. And the stronger you link your findings to theory, the greater the possibility of people citing your work. And we all want citations because citations show that our work is being utilized. So here, theory, structure the section, labeling of data, selection of what to report, which is what I've been explaining. And here are some illustrative examples. I'm not going to go into detail with respect to these examples. Suffice to say that in a quantitative study, you would usually structure. It's always great to structure your result sections according to your central hypothesis, the main effect, moderation.
No longer audible on my side.
I think it's everyone. Maybe
I
this
think we lost
time.
him again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've lost him
Mediation.
He will be back.
Yeah, he's back.
Yeah, if we could just please hold on for a moment, colleagues, just because he did have some connection issues earlier that might be happening again.
Okay, are we okay now?
Okay, yes, we can hear you now, Doc.
Okay,
Dr.
great.
Ngandu, before you continue, may I just check with you if we should wait until the end of your presentation for questions, or if I should bring them to your attention at some point before?
I think we should just, I'm left with a few more sections, and then we are going to take a short break and then do an exercise and then go into the second section. So I'm almost there. Then we'll have a Q&A, we have an exercise, and then we proceed.
Okay, no problem, Doc. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So again, I think in the interest of time, in qualitative research, a study exploring policy implementation using a change management lens would organize findings according to those themes. And remember, these are the themes, we all understand themes, but these are also themes that have been influenced by your theories. So this is very important. So you're saying, I've done qualitative research, I found these are the themes. These themes were also suggested by theory. Because they were suggested by theory, what I am finding here automatically has relevance for that theory. And therefore, you're making a theoretical contribution. So in other words, the point that I'm trying to make here, your themes are not and should not be untethered from your theories, because your themes that you derive and surface are what you use to reflect back on the constructs that are in your theory. And I hope that point makes sense. So always think about that. And remember, it's also about being scholarly, and it's also about trying to get to those high-level journal articles. High-level journal articles, they're always going to be on the lookout for the extent to which your results begin to help a broader understanding with respect to theory. So here, mixing discussion and results, avoid that, ignoring your framework altogether, a data dump where you're just dumping, we found this, we found that, without linking it to theory, hiding negative results, that's something that you should avoid. Using theory-driven subheadings is always going to be a good idea. The effect of social support, the role of self-efficacy, if you've used Bandura's theory, that's always going to be important. Also, when a journal editor is reviewing your work, they can easily see that theory is heavily baked within your work. Label visuals theoretically, that's also going to be important. And here is the difference with respect to thesis and journal is volume. In a master's, very expansive, right? A chapter, it could be 40 pages. In a journal article, very tight, could be 2 to 3 pages. So in your discussion, theory moves from being a background guide to becoming a central and explicit lens through which you make sense of your findings. This is where you weave back to your theory. And here, I've already highlighted a lot of the ways in which you could approach this, the interpretation of your data. Does it support, challenge, or refine theory? Anomalies, your theoretical reasoning, in terms of plausibility, are there any contradictions that you're finding? Remember, you cannot have a discussion that says there's a contradiction in the theory if you did not bake the theory
Hi, Dr. Ngandu. Okay, we seem to have lost Dr. Ngandu once more. I think in the meantime, we can perhaps just make a few comments from what we're seeing in the chat. Yeah, while we wait for Dr. Ngandu to reconnect with us, I'm sure he's trying to do that. Avela Jojo is asking if we did not turn our cameras on today. No, Avela, we did earlier. The presenter did have his camera on. Yeah, you came in a bit late, so you might not have seen him. And okay, Dr. Ngandu, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah.
Okay, sure. You can pick up from where you left off, Doc. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. So the other reason why we're switching off cameras is that I think we're having bandwidth problems. So that's one reason why we are switching off the video. Right. So here I have examples that you can go through in order to understand how to use theory in your discussion section of your theory. So again, in the
Okay, Doc, Dr. Ngandu is gone again. Thought maybe there was just a small glitch. Yeah, we'll keep waiting for him to come back. And like we were doing already, just looking at some of the chats, overall positive feedback from the colleagues. Okay, I see Lerato Lebona has the hand up. Please go ahead, Lerato.
Thank you. Now, I just quickly, because I'm the one who asked about last year's material. I went to the link that you shared on the chat. However, it's only showing this year's content, unless if maybe I don't know if you're able to share the actual direct link, that would be really appreciated, or just tell me where to go. I don't know if you have a view of what it actually looks like, but it seems like Doc is back. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, sure.
Okay.
Thanks.
So sorry about that. I don't know what's happening with my connection, guys. Apologies for that. But in any case, we're now at this is the second last section, which is the limitation section of your theory. And here, I think the most important thing is the role of theory in your limitations is defining the scope conditions, right? So in this section, theory is used to frame your study's weaknesses as scope conditions. This means you explain how the limitations of your methods define the specific conditions under which your theoretical claims are likely to hold. So remember, limitations, we tend to just say the limitations of the study and we rarely link them back to theory. So what you are seeing in this presentation is if you really want to start writing articles that have a relatively high acceptance rate, the more you build these things, building theory in explaining your limitations, building in your theoretical framework, or making theory or explaining how your theoretical claims, the limitations with respect to the theoretical claims based on your results, that really would make your work very attractive to journals. So this process clarifies the boundaries of your theoretical contribution and demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of the interplay between theory and method. So each limitation you identify should be explicitly linked to its potential effect on your theoretical conclusions. So that's important to say, well, I used these theories, but these limitations here, and you will see these examples here. I'm not going to go into these examples. You'll be able to read these examples when you get the presentation, because I'm now mindful of time. But the examples are sample and generalizability, research design and causality, and scope of inquiry in terms of omitted variables. So you should be able to find those. And I think I've already spoken to the common mistakes here. So I'm going to go to the conclusion. In the conclusion, theory provides the frame for your final statements about the study's value and impact. So you're no longer explaining the theory, but rather summarizing what your research has done to the theory. The conclusion should be concise, should concisely iterate how your study has advanced, either advanced, refined, or challenged the theoretical framework. So in my thesis, in my doctoral thesis, I literally take the 6 theories with respect to the phenomena that I was investigating, and I literally took each one of them and said, this is how my study has advanced this theory. And I literally went theory by theory to be very explicit with respect to the nature of the contribution that I was making. So the narrative bookend, a powerful conclusion, often bookends the paper by linking back to the theoretical problem or question posed at the introduction. This creates a satisfying narrative arc for the reader. Restate the problem, summarize the theoretical answer. Because remember, you used theory to define your problem. Now you're going to use theory to summarize the answer with respect. So in other words, your conclusion should say, if I've used theory, if I have a theory-driven problem, it's a problem. I've investigated and I've studied. This is a theoretical answer that is coming from my work. And again, here are examples of how you do that, which is to say, our findings support ecological and social cognitive models by confirming these relationships in a South African context. So you're being very explicit. This study validates core tenets of participatory change theories, showing that collaborative leadership is key to local reform. So these are the kind of statements that you want to build into your work with respect to theory. And I think I've spoken about this. And that brings me to the end of the first session. And maybe we can have, if there are any questions before we move on to the activity that I have planned for you guys.
Yes, Doc, there are quite a lot of questions. I'll
Okay.
try to take them from the last one. Clara is saying, if you're writing a systematic review paper, how do you use theoretical framework? Should I read all the questions or should I read one and allow you to respond?
Just let's have 2 or 3.
Okay. The other one is saying, is there any relevance in applying a theory in a systematic review and meta-analysis? Do you have some example of the same? And
What was that?
they are asking is there any relevance in applying a theory in a systematic review and meta-analysis? And if you have any examples of that. The third one is
Okay.
asking how do you choose the best theory to explain the relationships?
Okay. So with respect to the one about the systematic review, is focusing on a given phenomena. And once we say, because remember, theory is an explanation of a given phenomenon. So what we are saying is, and it's an epistemological question. A systematic review is often an epistemological question. And what it is simply saying is there is so much that has been written about this particular phenomena, and we need to do a systematic review, right? So, but what you automatically realize is that you're now saying it's a phenomena, but what aspect of that phenomena is important, all right? The aspect of that phenomena that is important for your systematic review is going to be defined by the theories that you are interested with, that the theories that you're interested with, that you're interested in, that describe that portion of that phenomena that guides your central research question in conducting the systematic review. So theory still lies at the bedrock of your systematic review. So your systematic review will say, I'm looking at this phenomena. This phenomena has been explored by these theories. And those theories become the categories that you use to systematically organize the concepts, whether it's rational choice theory, technology acceptance model, the accessibility to technology can become one of the headings that you systematically assess in all of the research papers that you use. So theory still plays a very central role with respect to a systematic review. And the second question was?
It was on, is there any relevance in applying a theory in systematic review and meta-analysis? And if you have an example of the same.
Yeah. So meta-analysis, I don't think you need an example. I think what you need is to understand why theory. So I've explained why theory, you can't do a systematic review without a theoretical orientation, because the categories that you are going to systematically assess every single study come from the theories. I think that's straightforward, right? With respect to a meta-analysis is slightly different, because theory in a meta-analysis plays a salient implicit role, because a meta-analysis is usually used in the case of quantitative studies where the estimates of certain variables and parameters vary substantially from study to study. And we now want to do a meta-analysis that begins to tell us what those values should be. But our understanding of why we are interested in that estimate that was in a model or a regression is underpinned by the theory that informed the construction of the model that was then estimated using data to create the estimates that are going to be part of our meta-analysis. So theory is still important. So if you do a meta-analysis where you jump into the meta-analysis, you've got this study, these are the variables that they found, these are the estimates that they found in this study, without a discussion of why on earth are you interested in these estimates of these parameters? Why are you interested in these regression estimates to start with? Why are you interested in the size effects from these different studies? That why, which is the why for your meta-analysis, comes from an appreciation of the theoretical significance of the relationships that were tested, that created the estimates that are now forming part of your meta-analysis. So which means that if your meta-analysis finds that there's substantial variation, you could then double that back to say, is it coming from an inconsistent application of the theory or not? So theory within the context of a meta-analysis is still very important.
Thank you for that, Doug. The other one is asking how do you choose the best theory to explain the relationship? Would your hypothesis inform the theory to use? What comes first, literature review or the theory?
What comes first is the nature of your phenomena. So you start off by saying, okay, I'm going to look at public service motivation. So because I'm looking at public service motivation, you start off by saying, let me look at papers that have looked at public service motivation, which is the motivation of public officials in executing their duties. Or you could be looking at self-efficacy theory, Bandura self-efficacy theory. You could be looking at self-efficacy with respect to student performance. So you're interested in student performance. And at this point, I think that what the question is saying is, I don't know whether I should use self-efficacy or not. So what you would do is look for papers that have looked at the phenomena that you're interested in, student performance. As you read those papers, you will see that every theory is talking about this guy called Bandura, and they're talking about self-efficacy. If you're looking at technological adoption, you're looking at TMA, technological acceptance model, you're saying, okay, my theory is looking at how technological adoption within the context of COVID, within the context of the fourth industrial revolution. So you start reading papers that are looking at the phenomena of choice. Those papers will start showing you what theories you should be looking at. And you'll find that different theories, different papers use different theories. And because different papers use different theories, this is where you begin to come up with your integrated integrated theoretical framework. Yeah, so I hope that answers that question.
Thank you so much, Doc. The last one, and then we have a few hands that are up. Sylvia is asking if the theoretical framework and conceptual frameworks are applicable in quantitative studies.
Yes, the theoretical framework is very, very, very important in a quantitative study because all of your variables and your constructs that are going to be in your instrument are coming from your theoretical framework. Because remember, in a quantitative study, if you can't drop an instrument and say, I'm going to use, if it's food security, FAO has a questionnaire that has been used in South Africa, that creates a disconnect. Why are you using this FAO questionnaire for food security in South Africa? There's always going to be a theory that begins to suggest what you are supposed to be investigating as it pertains to food security in South Africa, which is why your research will always, because your research is using different theories, you're never going to use someone else's questionnaire wholesome. You will always borrow from different questionnaires because those different questionnaires have been driven by different theoretical orientation. Resilience, for example, Amartya Sen's capability framework informing access to food, endowments, Amartya Sen's endowments framework informing access to resources and how that influences food nutrition security. You then use the constructs within Amartya Sen's framework in your quantitative instruments. And when you're running your regressions, you are testing those theories. So remember, quantitative methods are testing theories. So if they're testing theories, then you have to have a theoretical framework within a quantitative. And what was the second component of the question?
Yes, they were just asking that if both of them are applicable in quantitative.
Theoretical and?
Let me quickly look. And conceptual frameworks. A theoretical framework and conceptual frameworks.
Remember, the conceptual framework is, so you've got a philosophical orientation. This is my philosophical stance. This is my paradigm. That's the almost philosophical framework in quotations. Then you go on to say, this is my theoretical framework that I'm going to use to construct my variables in my instruments. This is where I'm going to get the constructs and the variables. And then you say, this is the empirical, almost you could also have an empirical framework. This study found this and that with respect to this context. The conceptual framework is what brings all of those together with respect to what you are going to be doing. So the conceptual framework ties all of these things together. So almost every study should have a conceptual framework, which is where you're saying, I've looked at all of these elements. This is how I am going to treat them in my study. That's the conceptual framework. And in most cases, it's usually baked into the literature review in most studies. But if you can be explicit about how you transition in your literature review from philosophical mainly for qualitative research, to theoretical framework, to conceptual framework, that would really make it easy on the reader to understand where you're going. I think let's just hold up there, and I want to show you this activity here. I'm going to share the worksheet in the. I'm going to share the worksheet in the presentation in the chat. I'll share the presentation in the chat so that we can, right, let me just link that up. So this is an exercise, right? So I've put it in the chat and I'm going to share my screen to explain the exercise. Send request. I cannot share. I would like to share my screen. Moses, Tabo.
Okay, Stuart, let me check. Why can't you share? Oh, we've lost your right now.
So what I've done with respect to this
Yeah,
activity,
can try.
okay, so what I've done with respect to this activity is the activity. Can you see my screen? Can you see the screen that says 6th annual?
Yes.
Can you
Yes, we can see
yeah,
it,
the word.
Doctor.
Okay, so this is very simple. So what I decided to do was to help you think through an area, a project that you're currently working on, or it could be aspirational. So there are these sentence stems, right? So there's one for quantitative research. This is the worksheet. So what I've done is it's almost like fill in the gaps, almost like a coloring exercise where it says, this study investigates, and that's your problem in a specific context through the lens of theory. Although theory has explained, that's your theory, has explained related phenomena elsewhere, it has not yet been applied in your specific context, leaving a gap. So here, the exercise that I want you to do is to copy this statement, right? So you would copy this statement and you'd paste it over here. And what you're simply doing, so I've given you an example sentence which is filled in, whereby you then begin to say, this study investigates. Now you're putting your issue that you're working in. So if you're currently working on your thesis, if you're currently working on a research paper, this exercise will really help you in terms of actually integrating theory, to ensure that you've integrated theory into your work. Because here, what you're doing, once you've copied it in here, you're then saying this study investigates household water saving practices during day zero restrictions in Cape Town's low-income suburbs through the lens, right? Through the lens of theory, through the lens of the theory of plant behavior, right? And here you're saying, although theory, now you put in your theory, although TPB has explained related phenomena, recycling and energy conservation behaviors in Europe and North America, it has not yet been applied to South Africa. So filling in these statements here will help you have a more practical appreciation of how relatively easy it is to integrate theory into your work. So again, literature review, the pivot, compared with studies grounded in alternative theory one, alternative theory. So here, there's an example that you can follow, which is saying compared to studies grounded rational choice theory, that could be your theory, prospect theory, that could be your theory. Little is known about entrepreneurial intent. So this is the exercise that you can do. And you can do this exercise, I think in the interest of time, you can do this exercise outside of this workshop. But as you can see, it has been done in such a way, the way I've set up these worksheets is to make sure that it is very obvious what you need to do and how you need to integrate it. This is now thread your theory, the qualitative edition of the quantitative version, which also does the same hook and gap. And this one goes into paradigms, guided by which is your paradigm. So here you would copy this, right? You'd copy that, and then you would put it in there. And then what you're now doing is exactly what has been done here. You're now replacing paradigm here with guided by a constructivist paradigm, if that's what you're using. So stance, constructivist stance. So here we've got ontological, epistemological. So here we are saying guided by a constructivist stance, ontological relativism, and epistemological subjectivism, we view reality as core constructed meanings negotiating between nurses and patients. Therefore, here where it says theory, therefore, Ubuntu ethics serves as a sensitizing guide. So what this is basically doing is to give you this broad framework that begins to show you how you actually practically and pragmatically integrate theory into your research. And when you fill in these gaps in these sentences, by the time you do it for your project, you should have a very good grasp and a firm appreciation of the extent to which you have integrated theory in your work. It goes into, you know, the reflexivity note that you use and how you would go about substituting that. So that does that help? Does that make sense? Okay,
Very
so
much
what I'm
so.
going to do is I'm going to spend a few minutes sharing this framework for strengthening your contribution. This is a very short framework, so I'm mindful of time because it's now 10:27. I thought I had sufficiently compressed this presentation because I think last year I had 2 hours. So I tried to compress it, but it seems as if I wasn't very successful in doing that. But what I want to do is I want to show you another pragmatic framework that I feel if you think about it, it will substantially help you in strengthening your theoretical contribution. So the first portion of the presentation has given us where we do this within the entire manuscript. This framework here for strengthening your theoretical contribution, what it does is it is now focused at that theoretical contribution statement that comes at the end of your thesis within your discussion phase. So it's a more structured way that you can use to approach that. So the framework basically is fairly instructive, right? It says, identify the core theories that underpin your research. You have already done that. So here it says what to do. So once you've done that, you've identified the core theories, select theories that are well established and relevant, what you're aiming for, providing a theoretical foundation for your research, and demonstrating your understanding for it. So this framework here just basically makes what it is trying to do. The most important thing that it is trying to do is to make you aware, to have this whole notion of a theoretical contribution, which we rarely take seriously. It is trying to put that in the foreground of your attention to say, give the rationale of how your theories answered the research questions. So the explanation of the how and why, what to do, clearly articulate how each theory contributes to that understanding, what you're aiming for to justify your choices of theory, discuss the theoretical gap. So what I've done with respect to this framework is also to do this to what to do. So because one of the things, an experience that I have is people always come back and say, but how do I do it? So what this framework is trying to do is to answer the how do I do it? And in answering how you do it, it is also giving you a hint with respect to what are you aiming for when you do the discussion of the theoretical gap. Clearly articulate, explain why this gap is significant, what you're aiming for, highlight the need for your research and establish the novelty of your contribution. State the nature of the theoretical gap. Is it a conceptual gap? Is it an empirical gap? Methodological or integrative gap. Discuss your insights with respect to the gap, your unique perspective or approach to addressing the identified gap. State the theoretical contribution your research aims to make, the specific way in which your research adds to the theory, modifies the theory, or extends the theory, the theoretical framework. What to do, clearly state the specific theoretical model, framework, or concept you're developing. Explain how it addresses the identified gaps. Explain how this contributes to theory in your field. And we've spoken about it, elements and the examples in the preceding presentation. And then you have to justify why your theoretical contribution is significant and valuable to the field. And here you have an example. So the reason why I was rushing, there are actually two examples that apply this. In this case, is public administration. The topic is there, the research question. So if you read this, you should be able to see how you can also take this framework and then apply it in your apply it in your work. So this has been applied. There's another theory from economics that does the same thing, applies the framework, and you can see that it's a generic framework that you can apply. So the reason why we want this framework is it's a diagnostic tool and a planning tool, a detailed checklist of the recipe for or a recipe for our research. And it's also a conceptual lens for shifting perspectives. For many early career researchers, the greatest challenge is moving from thinking about research as I have completed this project to I have made a contribution in this project. So the mere exposure to its elements, like the distinction between topic and gap, or an insight and a contribution, changes the way a researcher views their work. So in other words, the essence of this whole module is to amplify the important role that understanding the use of theory in research makes. And in amplifying that role, it automatically strengthens the way you communicate, the arguments that you built into your theory, and it also amplifies the theoretical contribution that your research invariably makes with respect to the field. It's also a tool for self-evaluation. The framework functions as a practical rubric for assessing the quality of your theoretical argument. Do you have a theoretical argument? And I think one take home from this module is to understand that if you're able to infuse theory throughout your research, as we've been discussing, you are automatically going to have a very strong theoretical argument that's built into your work. And a strong theoretical argument built into your work, or strong theoretical lens, automatically increases the quality of your research. And it's also this framework, I encourage you to just look at its elements, because as you continue to work with it, you'll find that you will begin to evolve the framework. Because what's really important about this framework is this recipe, this formula that it gives you. I promise you, the moment you become a researcher who has some formula of what questions to ask and what you're aiming for with respect to the theoretical contribution, automatically all your work is going to be substantially improved, and you can evolve. It's a framework. It's not a tablet of commandments. It's a framework that you can evolve and adapt to fit your discipline. And that brings me to the end of the presentation. I'm sorry I've had to rush. Yeah. So over to you, Chair.
Dr. Ngandu, thank you so much. Been watching the chat, and there is so much positive feedback.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm okay. Peter couldn't hold it in, but yeah. Judith, I'm really sorry. We're not going to be able to take your hand because of time. But please, if you could post it in the chat, and if possible, Dr. Ngandu might then still be able to address your question or your comments. Doc, it's been a feast of a workshop, so much positive feedback, and colleagues have also been asking if there might be a follow-up to this. So colleagues, for those of you who would like to make such comments, please, there is an evaluation link that Lindy has generously been sharing with us. If you could please evaluate this workshop, give any comments in terms of whether you'd like a part 2 of it, or a longer, more detailed session, perhaps in the coming year or at another time, then please do give that feedback. Otherwise, I think this is where we end it. Lindy, where you'll please advise if there's nothing else that you need to do.
No, there's nothing else, Dr. Neil, but there are a lot of questions and comments as well, but in the interest of time,
Yeah. Okay. So guys, one of my colleagues had actually said that maybe what we need to do is to think about, because I think the biggest frustration, even for myself, is that always in the academy, I mean, 1.5 hours is not sufficient. And ideally, this should be a half day or a day long workshop. So if there is appetite for a day long workshop, so that we get to work through those examples and we get to go slower, because I think the examples that are being shared begin to give you a language which you can use. And that's also the reason why I made the presentation fairly descriptive, because time is always a problem. You'll find that when you read the presentation, once you access the repository, you should get an even better understanding of the contents of the presentation. So which is why I made it fairly descriptive. I didn't want to make it a corporate presentation where you have got 4 bullets on the slide, and then when people are reading the presentation, they can't really piece it together. So I think the descriptive nature of the presentation, I think, is very suitable for an academy. And I really encourage you, going through the presentation even once will fundamentally change the way you think of theory within the context of research. So I hope that makes sense. But if there's appetite for this, you can indicate, you can drop me an email. If we get sufficient numbers, it doesn't have to be a lot of people. It could be 10, 20 people, a small group of people. We come together and we have an intensive session where we actually use your research that you're working to begin to flesh it out, such that by the end of whatever workshop we have, you would have built in theory within whatever work that you're doing. I hope that helps.
No, that helps, Doc. That helps. And I think the evaluation will help us to then establish that as well. Doc, if I could ask you to please drop your email address in the chat. There are a couple of colleagues who are asking for it, and I think that should also help.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me
Sure.
do that.
Otherwise, it's been great. Thanks, colleagues. Yeah, please continue, stay in, attend the other sessions in this last day. Dr. Ngandu, Lindiwe, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your Friday then. Have a great one.
Okay.
Bye.
Great. Thanks. I've
s-
just shared
Your email address.
Email.
Sorry.
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Hi. So now, just a quick one for Dr. Ngandu regarding the frameworks and some of the examples that he was showing earlier in the presentation. And I think there was also a matrix of sorts. Will those be added to the
Yes,
material
to
of
the
the session?
repository. Yeah, to the
Okay.
repository. The matrix, okay, I can actually quickly upload the matrix in the chat, so that you can download the
Thank you so
Zoom.
much.
Okay.
And the framework, if possible.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And colleagues, please do remember, Lindiwe has been sharing the repository to the academy, so you will be able to still get all of the material from there as well.
Yes.
Should you?
So yeah, I think yeah, in the interest of time, the comprehensive framework, the chart that I showed you earlier on, that's going to be in the repository. The presentation is going to be in the repository. The activities are going to be in the repository as well. The references that I used throughout the presentation are going to be in the repository as well. So you will have all of that in the repository.
And the recording?
Yes. I
Recording as
just
well.
posted
Going to be in the
I
recording.
just posted
So
the link to the repository.
just give me about 20, 30 minutes to upload and about an hour, because I think what's missing is the framework and the framework and the activities I have not yet been uploaded in the repository. So if you don't find them today, within the next day or so, you should be able to find all of these elements within the repository.
Thank you.
Okay.
And should it be successful that there'll be like a day-long session, how will we get notified? Should we then just email you directly so that you keep track of that, or is there somebody who will keep
Okay,
track of this
so
and
I'm
invite them?
hoping. Okay, so all of you registered, right, when you entered this module.
Correct.
So
Yes.
yes, so and you put your email address, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so we will use that list to communicate to people.
Thank you, Doc. Much appreciated.
Okay.
Okay. No, thanks, Doc. I guess that's the end of it then. Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Bye.
Cheers. Goodbye, everyone. So sorry for the short time frame.
Thank you
Bye.
so much, Doc. It has been a wonderful morning.
Thank you, Doctor. What an
Thank
excellent
you,
presentation.
Doctor.
Looking forward to the next one.
Great stuff.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Doc.
Doc.
Very grateful. It has been an impactful presentation. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, can anyone hear me?
Hi.
Hi,
Yes.
Shireen.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not able to raise my hand, nor to communicate on the chat, so I can't even open the chat. So I've missed everything that was said there, including the evaluation form and Dr. Ngandu's email.
Yeah. Shireen, if you please go to the repository, you'll be able to find everything.
Including the evaluation
Mm.
form.
I'm not sure if you'll be able to find the evaluation form, but at least all the material that Dr. Ngandu was using today will be there by the end of the day.
And his email address is always on one of the, will be in one of the documents in the repository.
I think so. If it is not there, he is in the HSRC, so you can always Google him and his name will pop up with
On
his
the
contact details.
website, you can go to our HSRC website and you'll find Dr. Ngandu under EEE, Equitable Economies and Education.
Okay, thank you very much. You can hear me.
Good morning. Is there someone I could speak to? Hi.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good
Morning,
morning.
Morning,
Yeah, this is Ursula. I'm trying to download the presentations from the previous days, and it doesn't seem to be showing on my computer. Can you just advise me if I might be doing something wrong? How do I save it? Because it's downloading, but then I don't seem to be able to save it. Hello?
Lindy, are you there?
Hi?
When you download it, it automatically saves on your PC.
On the PC.
When you click on the link, yes.
So if you go to the repository, on the repository side, you just press download. Is that it?
You click on the link of the presentation that
Mhm.
you are looking for, and then when you click on that link, it will automatically download onto your PC.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you so much. And this would include the track recording.
Yes, when it's on the link, you should be able to download it as well by clicking on the link.
Okay, when you say the link, at the repository, there's a
The
red.
repository, yes.
Yeah, it's in a red block. So it's just clicking on that.
Yes.
Okay, then it takes me, when I do that, it takes me to YouTube end. So that's why I'm confused.
And maybe one of your technicians can assist you if you are not far from them. We're working from home.
Yeah, I'm working from home.
Okay.
Moses, sorry.
Yes, no.
Can you please make me host?
Okay, do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
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 Morning. Hi, Jolene. I've logged on.
Morning.
Hi,
Oh,
Jolene.
and welcome, Julie.
Thank you, Moses. You
Yeah.
remain my favorite person online, always.
Oh, thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Moses, I'm still not able to share for some reason.
Okay, let me just check it. Yeah, I think you're good to go now.
Thank you.
Sure.
Moses, is my camera working?
Not working.
I don't seem to see myself.
I can see
Oh,
you
but
and
can
Salome.
see.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we can see you.
We've never met, Moses, but we've always been communicating on the email.
True.
But we'll
True.
meet again on Monday.
Yeah, no, we'll meet again on Monday, the 4th. Now, can you, Ansila, can you attach the face to the voice?
So, hang on.
I think you are muted.
Can you see me, Moses?
I can see you, Seal, and welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sure. Bye.
Bye.
Good morning, colleagues. Shireen Mutala. I'll be chairing this session. What I'd like to do is to invite all of you to just put into the chat your name and institution that you're affiliated with. Also inviting you to link on the Academy page. Note the code of conduct that's been outlined. And yeah, looking forward to a productive session. We're 5 minutes early. I see quite a big group of participants here, which is excellent. We're really looking forward to a very vibrant session from two very skilled and competent researchers in HSRC who are going to share with you their insights. Yeah, so can I just invite you? Yes, please go ahead and just introduce yourselves. Morning, Ansela.
Hi, Shireen.
Oh, I'm going to put my video off for a minute. Colleagues, we have a few minutes left. We've just we'll wait for another minute before we start. It's wonderful to have so many of you here. And just encouraging you, just a few of you have now introduced yourselves. Please, can we encourage as many of you to please introduce yourselves and the institution and the country that you're from. And I think it's wonderful to see people from across our African continent as well. Yeah. So let's just, Nondu, are you here?
Nandu's here, just muted.
Yes, Shireen, I am here. Good morning.
Check, is Jolene in the room? I haven't checked.
She's here.
Yes,
She's here.
Morning,
Great.
Shireen.
All right, great, Jolene.
Morning, Shireen. Quietly sitting here, observing who's who in the room, and it's phenomenal to see so many international and national participants in the session.
Absolutely. Great. I don't think it's now 11 by my time, and I don't think we should spend a minute more on waiting for more people to join us. So my name is Shireen Mutala. I'm from the HSRC in one of the divisions known as Equitable Education and Economies. And it's a huge pleasure to invite you all to this webinar, this training program. We have two very esteemed researchers from HSRC who are going to be presenting to us today, and I'm going to introduce you briefly to each of them, and then let them get on with the business of being here and what they want to do. So, Dr. Naya Ndlovu is an academic with more than 3 decades of work in the national and international higher education, and she had all kinds of different roles, including director in the Department of Higher Education, also at UJ in a funded program in UJ. She's been a research manager at USAF, which is University of South Africa, and a number of other institutions. You can see her CV fully in the repository. She holds a PhD in political science from WITS. She has published extensively, and this is what brings her as one of the experts in the institution around publishing, bringing a wealth of practical experience. She has published on a range of fields as well, post-apartheid democracy, civil society, in non-NGO work, etc. She's very interested also as part of her research work in qualitative methods and the use of theory in qualitative data interpretation. Some of you might have already attended the qualitative data analysis. She is, importantly, an editor of the South African Journal of Student Affairs. So this is something that you might all want to consider, right? Given that now you've met her and you might want to impress her with the training that you have. And our next presenter, so I'm sharing with you both their bios because I would like to limit the amount of time we spend, that is Professor Jolene Steenkotzer. She's the Chief Research Specialist. She's in the Democracy and Citizenship Department within the Department of Developmental and Capable Ethical State. So is Ancilla. I forgot to mention that. She's also a research fellow at the University of Free State on gender and African studies, and a visiting fellow at the Nelson Mandela University. So if anybody in those universities, you know where to find her. She holds her doctorate in African studies from UNISA. She's an NRF-rated C2 researcher. For those of you that may not know, being rated by the National Research Foundation is a really important milestone for researchers, and it's something that if some of you do want to pursue a research career, you might want to aspire towards that. Jolene's focus areas has been on democratization, socio-political citizenship, and also focus on gender and youth issues. She's done extensive work on economic empowerment in the in various places. She's done the Gauteng Youth Survey, the South African Democracy Expert Survey. Some of the results that you've heard recently from you know, the Electoral Commission and some of the voter participation studies and election satisfaction surveys that were presented a few months ago. She is currently on the organizing committee of the Global Ocean Accounting Partnership. And this is about the oceans economy work, etc., that HSRC is also involved with. She's also published extensively, and she was nominated for the South African ASAF, the Academy of Science Humanities Book Award in 2020. She serves on the NRF expert panel of for politics and philosophy, and is an expert on a variety of democracy surveys with an overseas university, Gothenburg. So let me give you a very, very quick overview of how the structure is, how the session will be structured. We'll have 2 presentations, and that will be Dr. Naya will start first, and then Dr. Kotze will follow. There will obviously be engagement opportunities during the session, and hopefully you will all have your cell phones ready, your computers on, so that you'll be able to participate. We want active participation. So we're going to, and we've got Nondumiso Masuka, who is a researcher in the Equitable Economies Division that myself, I also belong to, and she will be our technical facilitator. You have access to the repository. The presentations will be there. If they're not there, they'll be uploaded shortly at some point during the recordings. So people always ask us, will I get the recording? Will I get this? Will I be able to get a copy of the background materials or the presentations? Yes, everything you will get. As long as you have access to the repository, you will get them. You may not get them today, you may not get them immediately, but you will get it. Some of it will already be there for you. So don't stress about when you're going to get the recording, or even if you have to drop off or you have problems with your connectivity, the recordings will be there, the presentations will be shared, etc. Yes, the recordings are not stopping. That is a function of having to have not 28 links, but only a link per stream, which means that you will have to go and look on the recording, look for the time at 11 o'clock and start looking for that. So there will be one recording for the entire day for track A, and similarly for track B, and like yesterday we had track C, so there would be 3 recordings. Otherwise, people complained last year that there were too many links to match, to follow, etc. And so this is part of the way in which we've justified this approach. Want to encourage you to participate fully. We are not going to take questions during the session unless the presenter encourages you to do that and asks you to give inputs. You can put your question into the chat, and if there's space at the end, we'll allow you to ask questions. But put your questions into the chat, and both the presenters will try and respond when they have the time, and we will also draw their attention to that. So with that, yeah, so as I said, this is the structure. There will be time during the sessions to have discussions and to have inputs from yourselves. Yeah, with that, I'd like to hand over to Dr. Naya Ndlovu. Over to you. And yeah, I'll be keeping quite strict. So I've taken a few minutes of the time, but essentially we will be looking at sort of roughly 55 minutes for each of you to present, and then the shifting beyond that, etc. But not to present for 55 minutes, obviously, but to use that time. So yeah, thank you very much, and over to you.
Thanks for the lovely introduction, Shireen. Greetings, everyone. It is very exciting to meet all of you from various walks of life, different countries. This session is quite a practical one. I've got a lot of practical advice for you. I have a number of what I call pro tips, essential advice that I'm going to be sharing throughout the presentation. So please look out for the purple star that will indicate a pro tip. Now, we're going to try to go as much as possible for a conversation. as much as possible within the constraints of the group setting. So what I would say is to please use the chat function when you can. You can raise hands to ask a question, but please, could you make it a short question? And if you have any further questions post our session, I'm going to share my email at the end. So to kick us off, I'm going to ask Nondumiso to please share the first Menti question. There'll be 3 minutes where you can fill out your responses, and then we will look at the responses, and that will be our introduction to the session on academic publishing. I want to find out what your experience is of academic publishing thus far.
I'm sharing the link in the chat. So I shared both the link and the code in the chat. So you can either click on the link to interact, or you can go into Google and then type Menti code and then enter the code to participate in the Menti exercise.
Thanks, everyone. Nondu, you'll time us for 3 minutes, right?
Okay, I'll just display the results now so that you can see them, Dr. Ansela.
Okay. Okay, great. I hear you guys. Aya, Joseph in the chat. Okay. Okay, rookie level, have no experience, challenging. Yes, I hear you. Imposter syndrome, I feel you. I've been there. Frustrating, needs more information and advice, finding it difficult. Difficulty to get accepted, absolutely. Not much training. Okay. Daunting, challenging, none, frustrating. Okay, I hear all of this. I hear you. Cost fees, the author publishing fees, yes. All right, great.
Okay, can I stop
Yes, you can stop,
continue
Nondu.
presentation?
Yes, we'll go back to our presentation. Thank you so much, everyone, for your responses. I am sure we're going to have an amazing session. So as Shireen mentioned, I serve on the editorial board of a journal, the Journal of Student Affairs in Africa. I do a lot of reviews for various journals, mainly in the political science, the higher education fields. So by now I have a good sense of what I call the speed bumps and the potholes that most people encounter along the way when they publish, some of which I think are easily solvable, but for lack of confidence or sometimes for lack of knowledge, people tend to get stuck. And that is really the point of the session. It's learning to navigate the journey of academic publishing. I use the metaphor of a journey intentionally because it's quite a useful framework for understanding some of the setbacks, the transitions, the experiences that are encountered along the way. And also, I think, just the continuous nature of development. I know many scholars have told me this, many young scholars, myself and others have felt the same when we were starting our academic careers. It can be quite a bewildering business, academic publishing. You know I felt like it was some sort of secret society and someone had to let you in, but you don't know who's got the key, how to access the space. And I think it took many years to really understand how things work, to get the hang of things, to feel confident. And now that we have the benefit of lots of information and knowledge. So as such, this session is really about demystifying this whole process of academic publishing, giving you practical knowledge about the academic publication process. And importantly, I mean, many of your responses were about the frustration involved with this process. It's to help develop a bit of a growth mindset towards academic publishing. And hopefully, you know, the journey, it should feel like this image, right? This image where it looks quite blissful and we'd all like to be. I mean, it makes me feel like going on holiday immediately. But we want to give the journey a sense of direction. Sorry, the previous slide. I'm not sure why it went back. Yes. The previous slide, please, the second slide. Yes. Okay. We also want to give you some practical knowledge, help develop the growth mindset, give this journey kind of a sense of predictability. You know, it often seems quite challenging, quite mysterious. And I must say, this business of knowledge creation, of being in the intellectual labor market amidst the prevailing publish or perish narrative, it can really bring serious pressures to bear on scholars, especially young scholars, emerging career scholars. And it can sometimes compromise people's mental health. I have to say also the bureaucratization and the corporatization of the academic publishing industry does not at all make this journey easy. So hopefully at the end of this session, you know, we'll emerge with a greater sense of some of the, you know, some ways to make this a little bit easier for you. I'm going to move on to the next slide. Now, the journey. Now, you can tell I live in Johannesburg because you can see the state of the roads is very much on my mind. It's influencing this metaphor. State of the roads is deplorable, by the way. You know, the journey can have different facets to it. And sometimes it can feel like the first image. You can feel like the guy stuck in the pothole. It can feel incredibly frustrating. And then sometimes, you know, it can feel like the second image when you kind of, you know, you're coasting along an open road. There are no potholes. It feels easy. And there's also lots of things in between as well. So I would say it's very important to learn to navigate and to manage the all the different facets of the journey. I'm going to go on to the next slide, please. So the starting point for this session is my understanding that there are a certain set of key personal attributes that ideally should be cultivated in order to lessen some of the more frustrating aspects of the academic publishing journey. Now, one is a given, it's honesty. Academic integrity, it's the cornerstone of the academic community, adhering to ethical principles, understanding what those principles are and how they are applied in research. It's important to appreciate the honesty factor when it comes to high quality research. I speak also to humility, and that is really about the ability to let go of the ego, the openness to critical feedback, even when the feedback is not couched in the kindest way. Less defensiveness in our responses and our reactions. We are only human, but cultivating this attribute of humility can mitigate some of the frustration that comes along with this journey of academic publishing. I speak last to perseverance, as you can see embodied here in the mythical figure of Sisyphus pushing the boulder up the hill. Now, there's two ways of looking at this. It can symbolize pointless activity, repetitive, useless labor, the kind of futile nature of life. But you can also see possibly the value that can be found in the process, meaning that can be found in the process. And it's what my American colleagues call grit. Grit is it's a wonderful quality to have. It's to be able to push past some of the hard things, the bad reviews, the rejection letters. And here I refer to Abraham Maslow. I'm sure you all know the well-known psychologist who developed the theory of psychological health called Maslow's hierarchy of needs. One can choose to go back towards safety or to go forward towards growth. Growth must be chosen over and over again, and fear must be overcome over and over again. It's powerful, and you would do well to sit with it and let it, let it find that way into your consciousness. Shireen, are there any comments on the chat that I need to attend to? Okay, there is midway between drowning and cruising. Okay.
Not yet. Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. I'm going to go on to the next slide. This leads us into the concept of the growth mindset. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but I do want you to sit with this and consider growth mindset and how cultivating the right mental attitude towards academic publishing can really make the difference to the journey. Carol Dweck pioneered the idea of growth mindset. She's so prolific. She's a psychologist who has a huge body of work on motivation and mindset. And what this body of work really speaks to is us becoming comfortable with the notion that with practice, you can get better at things, and setbacks are just an inevitable part of any learning process. And this is true for anyone at any stage of their career, whether they're an early career researcher or an established researcher. In society, I think there's a preoccupation with the idea of talent, genius. We can think of people like Stephen Hawking, very controversial, very unlikable, but still a genius. Someone like Elon Musk with this idea of innate ability. And people who buy into these notions tend not to really live up to their potential because they're busy trying to not make mistakes or trying to look smart. But the people who don't buy into this notion are the ones who are willing to push themselves out of their comfort zone and succeed. And, you don't have to take my word for it. This is something that is backed up by science. Not too long ago, we thought that the brain was unchangeable, that after you hit a certain age, you were kind of basically stuck or fixed with what you've got. But now over the last 2 decades, there is this growing field of neuroplasticity, and it shows that your brain continues to rewire and change for your entire life, even in old age. So, we are capable of growing, of learning at all points in our lives and at all points in our careers. I'm going to move on to the next slide. So the academic publishing journey. So this is the technical part of the session. I see this journey is about basically 5 steps. I know there's a lot packed into each step. But if we really had to simplify it, the 5 steps are essentially about selecting a journal. To me, this is the most important step that you're going to do. Preparing the manuscript, excuse me, submitting the manuscript, the process of peer review, and then managing the outcomes of the submission. Now, before the next slide, please. Before one even thinks about the important choice of journal, it's very important to be aware of the different publishing models of each journal. Do not make your choice of journal blindly. And as someone mentioned, there are often author processing charges that are involved. The costs vary according to the journal. Generally, the higher the journal's profile, higher the APC, the author processing charge. You'll see these are just a very basic explanation of the different models. There's closed, which is subscription-based. Often the journal holds copyright over the content, and this has implications for your intellectual property. So think about this carefully. There's hybrid. So authors can choose to publish open access or under a subscription model. And then there's different models for open access. There's gold, green, open access. Some charge APCs. So my pro tip here is not to be daunted by the APCs. Check possible venues where your APC costs might be covered, perhaps through grant funding or through institutional agreements. The best place to refer to is your Department of Library Services. Could I ask in the chat, could people let me know if they have actually made reference to library services at their institutions when they've needed information about publishing? Great, great. And I'm sure your experience has been a good one. Yes. Always check with the library services. Some authors belonging to specific research groups or specific institutions, there may be some agreements where you are eligible to receive the waiver. So good. And there also might be grant funding avenues where APCs are covered. So don't let that hold you back. Just go out and try and figure out how the APCs can be covered. I'm going to move on to the next slide. The choice of journal. And I see this as the most important step in the journey. You can use online tools. You can go to places like publishing houses, Taylor & Francis, Wiley, Springer, Elsevier, and these are incredibly useful. These were not available to us when we were starting out as young scholars. What you do, I'm not going to spend the time going into one of them. You can just paste in your abstract or your keywords, and then you can receive a choice of relevant journals. Some of the key metrics that you would need to consider: impact factor, the speed of the submission to the first decision process. There's even a cost finder, so it could calculate your APCs for you. Now, while we're at this point, I also want to say, please be very aware. Recently, there has been a proliferation of fake journals, all capitalizing on this competitive academic market and the desperation of academics to publish for the sake of career advancement. Please do not get caught out. They, like predators in the wild, they are very good at camouflaging themselves. They can fake the editorial board, they can fake the peer review, and when you've submitted, then I've heard of horror stories where people have been extorted for APCs afterwards. So the answer to Zendi's question about how to identify a predatory journal, keep an eye out for the warning signs. Is there kind of a spammy feeling about the emails or the invitation? Are there grammar or spelling errors? Is the promised time from submission to acceptance, is that unusually quick? Does it feel too good to be true? So do your homework. Check that the journal has been indexed in major databases like Scopus, Web of Science. These databases have extensive procedures for accepting new journals. So it is best to always be aware. But my pro tip here, always consult the most recent list of the DHET accredited journals. So in your particular country, look for the list of accredited journals. They are updated annually, and make sure that your choice of journal matches the journal that is listed in the list of accredited journals. So the next slide, please. So these online tools, I mean, they're so useful. But I would recommend that you also rely on something that I call the human touch. I think it can make all the difference in academic publishing. You know, here I refer to LaVey and Wenger's very powerful situated learning theory, or their legitimate peripheral participation, the LPP model, where they describe the process of learning and development as taking place by students participating in a community of practice and moving from the periphery to the center of a community of practice. So it is about seeing students or early career researchers as novices and then moving from the periphery to the center as experts. I think it's also important to remember that professional staff have the responsibility to induct novices, so to speak, and also to do it with what I call a relentless ethics of care, to do so kindly and with care. And Maya Angelou says it best. You know, you will forget, people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. So my best advice here is find your tribe. Reach out, find other established researchers in the field, see where they've been publishing, ask them for their best advice. And, the combination of online assistance, online tools, as well as the human element will definitely make sure that you are positioning yourself in the best possible way to make a success of your academic publishing. I'm going to move on to the next slide. Preparing the manuscript, step 2. So, consult the author instruction guidelines and adhere to it. My pro tip here, it is best to find the journal and then to structure the manuscript according to the author instruction guidelines. Don't forget to attach your paper to an authored identifier. It is very off-putting to receive submissions where it is clear that authors have not adhered to the style and formatting guidelines. So another pro tip here is to make sure that you have consulted the guidelines, print it out, and adhere to it strictly. At this point, I also thought it important to include a little note about plagiarism, which, this little image here is funny, but there's nothing funny about the consequences. Plagiarism is the easiest way to wreck a promising academic career. And, there's intentional plagiarism, but I think the majority of it is just accidental plagiarism, where people unfortunately slip up, make mistakes. And I would say the best way to avoid such a situation is to be meticulous in your researching, in your research habits. Keep track of your sources. Keep a separate document to keep track of your notes. Or you can use tools such as RefWorks and Mendeley. Your library will also be able to offer training in the use of RefWorks or Mendeley. If you're not keeping track of your sources, unfortunately, it's very easy to slip up. Okay, we're going to move on to the next slide. Okay. We'll talk about peer review, and then we'll take a couple of questions that are on the chat. So peer review. I'm sure most of you are familiar with this process. The author submits to the journal can accept or reject or redirect the peer review process takes place. The model for peer review is usually a single blind process where the author does not know the reviewer. Then there's the doubled blind process where both author and reviewer do not know each other's identities. The editors may accept or reject. If accepted, and there may be minor or major revisions, then you can expect to make to embark on a process of revisions. Unfortunately, if it's rejected, this is my advice, is not to despair, but to do a calculated U-turn. And I'll explain a little bit about that, what that means. It's not to be daunted by the process of rejection. Now, a peer review, it's the evaluation of research by other researchers in any specific field. It is a form of quality control, which helps to ensure that systems of academic rigor are maintained. But you know what? There's no system that is perfect. The bias can creep in. The process can be excruciatingly slow while you're waiting to hear the outcome of your submission. It's very hard to recruit reviewers because everyone is time poor. Sometimes the reviews are not necessarily couched as constructive criticism. They can be harshly worded, and it can be difficult for authors to be able to manage and cope with such criticism. And you know what? This is not really the space to debate the merits of the system and how it can be fixed. I think in the absence of a better model for peer review, we need to engage with it. But we really need to equip ourselves with the skills, the knowledge, the tools to manage the whole peer review process and the process of disappointments that sometimes come along with it. So I'm going to quickly take a look at the chat. There are lots of chats here from the second one. Shireen, would you perhaps like to, while I scroll?
Let me just highlight. Okay, so right at the bottom, they said somebody submitted an article 7 months ago, and even though they'll inform you within so many days, I'm still waiting. What do I do? You know, must I withdraw? Must I whatever? So I think that's the one. There's the second one, which is about how does the peer review process in journals HSRC work? How long does the peer review process? And let me stop there and let you answer those two. Okay.
The process of peer review process, look, journals are very variable, but journals from the HSRC generally, the time is 6 weeks. If it's after 6 weeks, then you have the right to make a query and find out from the section editor what has happened to your submission. The comment, I submitted an article 7 months ago, and they, even though they say, well, from the comment that I take it that the journal is apologizing and say that they can't find reviewers. What I'm going to suggest to you, can I see the name of the person who I can't see on this chat?
It is Clara.
Clara. What I suggest is you give this a time frame. You do not want to wait for too long. Tell yourself that you are going to be giving the journal a further 2 weeks, a fortnight, and please ask them to give you an answer within that time frame. And then you'll have to figure out if you want to move on. Okay, I think there is there's a hand, Dr. Moruf. Hi, Moruf. Would you like to ask your question? I hope it's a short one.
Thank you. It's not going to be a long one, Dr.
Okay.
Like some of us outside the academia, you are still interested in publishing, and you know, sometimes it's not easy to get corporate support or university support, and in most cases, you don't have anybody to collaborate with, you know, that kind of a thing. And then when it comes to asking for your affiliate. I mean, you don't know what to do. So I think there should be a kind of a collaboration, with people in academia, so that at least one can use the affiliate to get things around. And the so-called journals that are not recognized sometimes are easier to publish with, but like you are saying, because there's a journal I sent an article to, and it took almost 2 years, but at the end
that's too long, Moruf. That's too long.
It was published anyway, and at the end of the day, I was happy. So there are so many dimensions to it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry about your experience, Moruf, but what's important is that you're keeping moving ahead and you haven't let it daunt you. Okay.
But there's some other
Magocha.
questions.
Okay, I know Magocha, so it's very nice to have you in the session. That was a question about the process in journals from HSRC. Why do journals require you to include 3 or 4 of their journals in your reference list? Lisa, I have never heard of that requirement. And honestly, what I can recommend is that you perhaps ask the section editor who accepted your submission about this particular requirement. Okay.
Another question is about submitting journals, one manuscript to different journals at the same time.
And that question comes from whom, please, Shireen? It's from Sinishlala. Okay, can you submit one manuscript to different journals at the same time? So I would not recommend doing this. This is not a good practice. I would hence my advice to select a journal very, very carefully and to go out into the field and to figure out what is the best avenue for your particular research. So no, I would not submit one manuscript to different journals. I think you're going to spread yourself thinly, and you need to really give yourself the best possible opportunity for that journal to consider your article and to make a decision on the publication.
Okay.
Thank you for answering the question about ORCID. Thank you, Shireen.
So there was another question about also from Sinenshla, which is about preparing as a undergraduates preparing to publish. Would it be advisable adapting assignment research papers for publication, and how to overcome the imposter syndrome? I think it's quite an important question.
Okay, that's Sisa Senkosi. Hi, Sisa Senkosi. Would it be advisable to adapt research papers for publication? Assignment research, assignment research. It really depends. It depends on the topic. It depends on your field. What I would suggest in terms of your specific inquiry is to please, I think we have some background noise, is to please ask your professor, your lecturer for advice on the topic and whether it would be worth adapting the particular research question for publication and which journal your professor or your lecturer would actually recommend. I think in this case, it would be very good to do so. And in terms of overcoming the imposter syndrome, as I mentioned, you've got to lean into your growth mindset. You've just got to, I would say also, pay attention to how you feel about the whole process of academic publishing. Sit with some of these emotions, and you've got to try and actively work to sort of push past them, and do not let them daunt you. So I know many of us suffer from imposter syndrome. It is an absolutely wicked problem in the academic industry. But, you've got to look inward, dig deep, and also reach out. Okay.
We've got 15 minutes left.
Okay, so let's move on. Nondu, please. Still on the subject of peer review, as I say, it's not an exact science. There are many variations across journals and research fields. As I say, I had never heard before of the requirement to cite various journals in articles. So, you know, I think that it's very important for young people and early career researchers to kind of get the feeling of peer review. You know, peer review is not for the oldies. You know, you can start with a book review. You might even, you know, you might even get a free book. You can start by engaging with journal editors, proposing to do something like reviewing a book. Perhaps if it's a journal that has a reflective practice section, you could volunteer to write an analysis of a particular event that happened or a conference that you attended at your institution. There's all sorts of ways to get young researchers involved. And many of you want to get involved but don't actually know where to start. So again, my best advice is to ask for guidance from the process, read other book reviews from that journal so you can get a feel of the style, and you know, try to engage with journal editors as much as possible. Look at the editorial board, see who the influential people are in the field. And, you know, it's very important to be comfortable with the whole process of peer review. And the younger you can start, the better. So let's move on to the second last slide, I believe. Managing the outcomes of your submission. I would say before you submit your manuscript, please consider the following. Check the following to make sure that you are ensuring your submission receives the best possible chance of an accept, whether it's the accept with a minor or a major revisions. Ask yourself, this is the big question, okay? Will this manuscript advance and contribute to current research in the field? The journal is going to be rating you according to the originality of your submission. Is there enough background information for readers to understand the context, the need for the research? What is the rationale? So think carefully about the rationale. This is another big one. Often I see literature that is stopped at the 1970s. Is the literature reasonably up to date? Is it balanced? Also, does it present different perspectives on the topic? Look at your methodology. Is it sound? Does it reflect, the results reflect the methodology? Have the authors shown the results to be statistically significant? Have you discussed any limitations to the research? I know we would all like to feel that, you know, we have done the best possible job that we can, but it's also important to discuss any possible limitations that may exist. Also, have the authors discussed any directions for future research? You know, please make sure that you've covered all your bases before you make your submission. I would suggest to find some trusted critical readers who can assist you, people that will read your submission and give you critical comments. Sit down and consider those comments and see how you can integrate it into your submission before you actually click on submit. My pro tip here is when you get the accept and there are a list of revisions, you know, sometimes we can feel all prickly about the revisions. You don't have to agree to suggested revisions. But what you can do, whether you agree or not, you can prepare a summary of reasons, very politely worded, as to how you interpret the revisions and how you plan to make those revisions or not in your submission. So you are perfectly justified in order to do so. And I think this is often the point where some authors become a bit frazzled. you know, they've told me this, but I don't want to adjust my my findings. This is what I believe in, etc. And I think that is all perfectly justified. But as I say, please prepare a summary of reasons as to how you see those those revisions and how you plan to integrate them into your revised paper. Let's move on to the next slide. And I think this is where the imposter syndrome creeps in. This is where we need to really sort of rely on the growth mindset. What if you get a reject? This is the dreaded email that nobody nobody wants to see in your inbox. And there's some reasons why papers are rejected. 90% of the time, in my experience, it's a poor fit for the journal, in which case there's your step one. Make sure your bases are covered when you choose the journal. It's a poor fit for the journal, or it's a weak research design. Sometimes there may be ethical issues. The findings might not be supported by the data. The originality may be an issue. It doesn't demonstrate sufficient contribution to the field. And the one thing that you can help, the poor quality writing. So some of the reasons why papers get rejected, try to work around this before you send your paper. But you know, to answer the question about the imposter syndrome, you know, I would say that you have to kind of mentally prepare for rejections. It's going to happen. It's inevitable at some point in everyone's career, especially if you haven't necessarily consulted widely beforehand as to the choice of your journal and the fit of your paper in that journal. My pro tip here is just don't take it personally. Lean into your growth mindset. See it as, you know, the key word with growth mindset work is yet. I have not managed to publish this paper yet. And just see it as it's another speed bump on the academic publishing journey. It's not it's not the end of the world. So, you know, it can. This is where I speak to the calculated U-turn. You've got to simply reroute yourself, consider the feedback, try to learn from it, and I would suggest sharing it with other colleagues whom you can trust for objective and reliable feedback. And the pro tip here is really just lean into your growth mindset. I'm going to go to the next slide, please. So I've collected some pro tips for you from various people with whom I've worked, various friends, people in my network. The first one is from our incoming Vice Chancellor of Seoul Plaiki University, Prof. Deborah Mayer. And the first thing she said to me was about the well-written rejection paper that can actually be helpful in improving the quality of the article. As I spoke to previously, we're defensive as human beings, but you know, if you sit back, if you reread that letter a few times, usually you're going to find the important advice in that in that rejection letter. So I'm going to leave you to consider, to read that pro tip in full. Let's move on to the next one, please, Nondumiso. So this is a bit of humorous one for my colleague, Prof. Richard Ballard at the School of Architecture and Planning at Wits. He says, aim to get rejected. And he says, you know, he draws on a writer who argues that you should submit your work knowing that you've got rejections are inevitable before you get an accept. So as he says, rather than fearing rejections, go out and try to get rejected. Let's move on to the next one. Sibusiso, yes, that is okay. Prof. Ntabiseng Ugude, our former Vice Chancellor at TUT, who's the Executive Dean at the Faculty of Science at UP. She's now retired. She recommended Jonathan Jansen's book on becoming a scholar, which is very useful for emerging scholars. And it provides tips on academic publishing, lots of other tips on becoming an academic. I'm sure this will be helpful. On becoming a scholar, you can note that one. We'll move on to the next pro tip. Dr. Andre van Zyl, who's the director of the Academic Development Center at the University of Joburg. The Academic Development Center has a writing center where students are taught how to write. And he says, you can read this in your own time, but his best tips are to get the foundations right. And he compares writing an article to building a house. But my colleague Jolene Steyn-Kotzer will speak a little bit more to this. And he also speaks, importantly, this encouraging vein about just moving forward. This is so true. Before you can submit an article, there's a long and iterative process that's required. You've got to work consistently just to keep everything going, keep moving and keep moving forward. The next pro tip, please. So I'm sure there are some colleagues here from UP, and this is basically the most useful tip, all condensed into one, from Latola from the Department of Library Services at UP. I asked him for his pro tip, and he just responded so amazingly, and everything is 100% spot on. So please take note of everything that is here. As in my presentation, identify the journal, follow the instructions for authors, register, upload your documents, and importantly as well, you will, for single blind and for the blind review processes, you will have to anonymize. I should have mentioned this as well. You will have to anonymize your submission. And this you can easily learn how to do by a function on Microsoft Word. You know, Latola is absolutely rigorous in the process here. Take the reviewer comments seriously, respond respectfully, very important, and revise. Accept the rejection is going to come, but keep pushing. Be cautious of predatory journals, check the journal credentials, and remember the DHET accredited journals. We acknowledge, yes, publishing can be expensive, but the library can help you identify the journals. So please consult your library services for advice. So let's move on. I see we've only got about 4 minutes left. We can take some questions. If we can just think about bringing everything that we've learned this morning. Really, it's about just learning the steps in the journey, becoming comfortable, not being daunted. Thank you, Aya. Reaching out for the support that's available to you. I mean, sometimes people are surprised that support is actually available, or they didn't know that they could reach out. Most importantly, please cultivate the growth mindset. It is so important to help you navigate this whole journey. And this is what also, as I say, to find your tribe, this is why the academic community is here. We are here to help, to assist, and to support. So please reach out and lean on people that are part of your academic community. We have, I think, a minute or two for some questions. I can take some from the chat, and or Shireen, you can guide me here.
I think let's just put in the chat because it might take too much time. But are there any questions that were not answered? Perhaps you could just repost them. Yeah.
Okay.
I think people are asking, and I've tried to respond to them, but in a sense, can you take your PhD or master's theses and draw an article from there?
Absolutely, you can do so. You know, the Americans have call it salami slicing, when people take one PhD and they cut it so many different ways and make many different journal articles out of it. I personally don't have a problem with that. It is absolutely acceptable to do so. And I would say if you have your master's thesis, your PhD thesis, use it in order to publish. This is how you're going to build your academic reputation.
Okay. The question about are there platforms for checking suitable journals? I think the DHET one that Ansela mentioned already is the platform. And then from there, as researchers, your work is to research. Go and look for it. Go and... can you explain single blind and double blind reviews? The concept sometimes confuse me.
Okay. Who is that comment from, please, Shireen? I always just like to...
Mamoketi.
Oh, Mamoketi. Okay, great. So single blind review and double blind is the most common types of reviewing systems. Single blind is where the author does not know the identity of the reviewer. In order to maintain the objectivity of the process and to avoid any kind of bias. And the double blind is where both the author and the reviewer do not know each other's identities. Hence the importance of the anonymization process when you make your submission online. You need to delete all of your identifying characteristics from your submission, and you can easily do that on Microsoft Word. Great, Mamoketi.
Okay, there's one last, I think we'll just close with that. Is it a necessary or is it a requirement to publish?
Well, it really depends, but I would say if you're in the academic world, if you're in the academic field and you intend to build an academic career, then yes, I would say it's necessary.
Okay. And why do some journals ask the authors to nominate reviewers?
Often it's because the journal itself may not have a repository of reviewers that have knowledge of that particular field. So if you're working perhaps in AI or computer science, etc., and maybe the journal doesn't have that sort of knowledge base in terms of their reviewers, they might ask you to nominate reviewers. Generally, I think that then would be a sign that perhaps you would need to find another journal that is right for you, where they can find the reviewers for your particular article.
Okay, I'm going to suggest that we close. There are a number of questions about things like citate, how do you cite, how do you this thing. We had a whole session this week that specifically dealt with issues around where to find journals, how to do referencing, how to cite yourself, etc. I'm going to suggest that you go to that program and review the notes, the presentations, as well as the recording, because we don't have time now to do that, and that's not the focus of this particular issue. So with that, I'd like to thank Dr. for her presentation, for the engagement. We go to the next session. And for that, I'd like to invite Dr. Jolene Hutzer, please, if you could join us and go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Serene, and thank you, Ansela. I thoroughly enjoyed your overview. Nondamisa, I'm not sure if you want me to share, or are you going to carry on sharing from where Ansela stopped?
I can share for you if you like. Can let me just check if...
Otherwise, that is okay. I can do that too.
Laptop is freezing a bit, so
there we go. I think that should be visible now for everyone.
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. What I'm going to focus on for this particular session is reviews, research essays, finding voice and confidence in your identity as a researcher and a writer. I served as the editor-in-chief of Politicon, the South African Journal of Political Studies, from 2015 to 2019, and assistant editor prior to that. I think it was 2012 to 2014. So I think for me, there's often a very important and often overlooked narrative around understanding the different types of scholarly communications and how your data fits, and not just your data, but your focus and your voice, to really try and find what is the best fit for you. There are also certain scientific principles of structure for good and publishable papers that Ancilla has touched upon, as well as what editors are looking for and what we are not looking for. And I would then like to conclude this particular 55 minutes that I have with just exploring who are you as a writer and what do you want to communicate? Because ultimately it boils down to purpose. I'm not going to play the video now, but I have included there on the presentation a little YouTube video that gives you an overview of review vis-a-vis research papers. And being aware of what type of paper you are writing is extremely important. It will determine your journal selection. It will also determine how you are communicating, what you are communicating, what the focus of your communication is. Are you presenting new data? Are you, and again, we tend to overlook review articles as important because we are researching. So we are re-looking at a particular question to see if there are new emergent questions that we do need to start addressing within the literature, if there are any gaps in our knowledge that we maybe need to build towards. So okay, it's a bit difficult for me now sharing, and Shireen, I cannot see anybody except for what I'm sharing. So I'm going to need some assistance, please.
Do you want somebody to assist you with sharing the presentation?
I'm for 3 volunteers. Well, let me stop sharing.
Okay. And what do you want
there you
to
go.
explain what you look volunteers to do?
I'm looking for 3 volunteers just to briefly share with us what is an idea that you are working on, and maybe whether you believe it might be a review or research paper.
All right. So can we get people to put a show of hands, and we'll
A show of hands, or even in the chat.
Or even in the chat. Not seeing a show of hands here so far. Looking very quickly. Nando, if you can keep an eye out as well. I'm not seeing anybody.
There's a hand, Erastus, I think.
Yes. One volunteer.
You are welcome.
See any other hands? It's just one. Can somebody else? We really want you to. This is not about any test for you. This is just about. Is that okay? We've got 2 people now. One more. Right, there we go. We've got 3 people there. Okay, so you please mute until you're ready to speak. We've got Erastus, Joseph, and Palesa. All right. Go ahead. Do you want to just explain the instructions again?
So just give a very brief paper that you are working on, or an idea, and whether you would classify the paper as a research or review article and why. So Erastus, you are welcome.
Thank you. I'm working on a paper. The title is Do Regional Economic Disparities Promote Regional Value Chains? I'm doing a case study of East Africa community. And I think it's a research paper, which I think can be published. This is because I've looked at 5 countries specifically within the EAC. I've drilled down to them because of their economic disparities and how long it has taken the East Africa community to actually achieve a monetary state where we can trade with other countries as a region and not just within as states trading outside the EAC, the East Africa community, but just trading within ourselves and being able to trade with other countries as a region and not as individual states. So I think it's a paper that can be published.
Okay.
Can we get the next
Joseph?
one?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you very much. So I am currently working on a paper titled Psychological Return Migration. I am investigating the rehabilitation of former child soldiers in Sierra Leone. I have consulted a number of papers that have been conducted on this subject matter specifically and then generally. I am applying the theory of psychoanalysis, but in a different way, because I'm looking at the return of the mind of the war victims to their normal sense of society. What my thinking is it's a research paper. It is quantitative, it's a desktop, but I'm still working. The study requires me maybe to examine some creative non-fiction related to the subject matter, to the war, the civil war in Sierra Leone. So I'm going to move from maybe looking at or reviewing other studies and then looking at a particular note that has been done on this. I don't know what you think, but in my head it's a research paper. I'm trying to move away from review because it looks at several papers, scholarly works that have been done. I am also examining media reports as a way of bringing out the reality of the problem with child soldiers in Sierra Leone. That is what I'm looking at. I'm still working. I'm actually on finishing time. But I don't know. I would need your assistance if you have a clear understanding of what I just said.
Perfect. Thank you, Joseph. Palesa?
Thank you, Jolene. I just want to start saying that I'm a novice at this, so I'm just taking a shot at it just so that I can be corrected. So I think mine is published research paper. Sorry. What we are doing is we are linking the association. So we're looking at the association between heat stress and risk to mortality. And we're doing this across 3 sites in rural South Africa. So this is in Mpumalanga, Limpopo, and KZN. And the reason being that we don't find a lot of literature that's written on heat stress in rural South Africa. There's not a lot of work that's been done on that. Instead, work has been done on urban sites. And also we are using, so our data dates back from the year 2000, and we are using, daily maximum values for this as one of our models, which we think is quite unique. So, yeah.
Perfect. Palesa, I just want to highlight, even myself, I'm a novice at heart with just slightly more experience in other places. I think we are all exploring and re-exploring and re-looking new things. And I think it's thank you so much for stepping up and sharing because, for example, Joseph, from your feedback, yes, thanks, James. I'm going to elaborate in a minute. You know, you've noted that you were doing some reviews around the literature, but you noticed that there's a gap. And that gap might be around finding a more creative means of communicating maybe what the issue is, whether it possibly be a visual ethnography, whether it be capturing stories or you know, whatever the case may be. But there seems to be a gap, a need around capturing the real impact, so to speak, of the conflict in Sierra Leone. And Palesa, you've also kind of drifted towards a similar theme, that you are looking, yes, there's literature perhaps around heat sensitivity within urban South Africa, but not necessarily within rural South Africa. And now you are starting to look at generating some data. And now I have lost my presentation. Why? I'm very sorry, I am technologically challenged at best of times. When we start around thinking about the research that we are working on around how we would classify this paper, why we would classify that, we do need to be very clear around what we are doing. And I quite like Dr. Samira Hosseini. She is a phenomenal academic coach. You can find her on LinkedIn. And she gives a very, very solid breakdown of how to distinguish between research versus review papers. What is the purpose of your paper? Are you presenting original research data, or are you summarizing and evaluating existing research? Are you working with existing data sets? Or have you got new data collected by the authors? Are you presenting a detailed description of methods that led to your specific set of results? Or are you describing data extraction, filtering, and analysis? You know, so she gives you a very solid guideline around purpose, data, method, novelty. And again, with novelty, something that contributes to new knowledge vis-a-vis something that offers a new perspective or a synthesis around knowledge. So we need to bear in mind what it is that we are doing and how we would classify our paper. Original research paper vis-a-vis review papers. If you have a journal, for example, that favors more primary data, I'm thinking within the political sciences or political studies field, a journal like Democratization, for example, which is one of our top tier journals, but it is a journal that seems to value research articles more as opposed to review essays. Which is where a journal like Politicon, for example, may be a better publication avenue. So bearing in mind just that nuanced differences between are you writing a research essay versus a review essay is also important in terms of guaranteeing, well, not that you can guarantee, but at least taking active steps towards ensuring a successful publishable outcome.
Jolene, you need to put it onto slideshow, slide view, the presentation.
I thought I had, so let's try. Would you like to keep? Yes, I would like to keep the poll active. Slideshow, and from current slide. There we are. It should be on slideshow now.
Not yet, but probably is coming.
I hope so. Unless my machine is not as caffeinated as what I am today.
No, nothing's come on yet. Do you want somebody to assist you with the presentation? No, it hasn't come up yet.
Yeah, I think she should share it first.
Okay. Do you want?
Yeah, I think she stopped.
Nandu, are you able to do the sharing, or must I do that? Nandu? Okay, let me just share.
Okay, wait. Something is happening.
Yeah, it's coming.
Is coming? Is something happening?
Yes.
Yes.
There we go.
There you go. Fantastic.
I just want to get a briefly, if you can, if you are able to join at slido.com. And there is the code to join, or via the QR code. As we start breaking down review versus research paper, I just want to get a sense from everybody, what do you feel makes a good research paper? And I don't want you to bring the kind of, traditionally what we've learned at universities or various writing courses, but just when you've read a paper and you thought, wow, that was a good paper. What about the paper was good for you? If we could maybe be timed, Nondamiso.
There's no code there for this slide.
There's a QR code on my side. So you can join at slido.com.
Yeah, but we can't see
You can't see it. I don't know why.
Is it a slide above?
Let's see. Current slide. It's loading. Can you see it now?
Still just showing the same screen that says Slido, but it doesn't show a QR code. There's a slide above that 26, which is just blank.
Okay.
Do you want to just put it into the chat? That's the Slido.
Yeah, that's exactly what I am trying to do. So present Slido. No, it's not allowing me to do that. Okay. What I'm going to ask very briefly is just if we can have in the chat, what made you think that a paper was a really, really good research paper? And we've got a few coming through around authentic, contextually fitted. I like that, aligned ideologically. So it almost resonated, I would assume, on a personal level, and you liked what they were saying. Adding new knowledge, relevance, a proper literature review, a clear methodology, practical analysis and clear language, newness, addressing a practical problem, clear methodology, wording length, newness, again, a new area of interest, well coordinated and sequenced, rigorous, and a good flow and connection of concepts and ideas, easily understandable, newness again with novel, research designs results, a well-defined gap, so dealing with a specific issue, clear purpose methodology research, challenging current assumptions about an area. I quite like that. I think it links in with the previous comment around resonated ideologically. And I'm just going to stop us there in the interest of time and go back to my PowerPoint. Shireen, am I visible there? The PowerPoint.
But it's not on presentation mode. If you can just put it onto presentation mode.
Okay, let me just stop sharing again and try that. Slideshow from current slide. So just generally,
it's not on slideshow. It's just on, you're showing the slides. But if you go right down to the bottom, and you'll see the little slide presentation.
Yeah, no, I've gotten there. Slide shoulder reading view, slideshow.
That's where you are. No. Move, yeah, that's the one. That's the one. If you just press that.
Because I have been putting it on
No, not that
slideshows.
one. Yeah, this
Not
one
that
here.
one.
No.
Okay.
Go to the right. Go to the right. Go to the right. No. Where you were down there. Go to the right. Then that's it. That's the one. No. You've just gone to the voice, the sound. No, you're going to the size. Go to the one to the left of that. To the left of that. The little one that shows like a camera. There it is. Fantastic. Great.
Okay. Are we on slideshow now?
Yes, bingo.
Okay. So just from the brief feedback that we have gotten in the chat, and I'm hoping that you will take some time also in going to look at what the feedback was and asking this question, what makes a good paper is purposeful. Is there a clearly stated purpose to the paper? Is there clarity? Do we know what the paper is addressing and what the paper is talking about? Simple writing, is it easy to understand? Does the paper develop simple arguments or advance arguments in such a way that we can easily understand it? And I think this is a very good checklist if you are going to use critical readers, for example, to ask them to specifically look around purpose, clarity, and your style of writing. Are you clearly communicating what you want to communicate? And the example I often use is I want you to imagine that it is a particularly hot day and you are traveling, let's say, in the middle of the Free State. And it is like 37 degrees Celsius. Your aircon has just broken. And you come across a body of water on the side of the road. And you think to yourself, oh, it would be so nice just to go and cool down in that body of water. And as you reach the edge of the water, you see a small sign, and that sign says, fine for swimming. Is it fine for swimming? Or are you going to get a fine for swimming? So it's often we need to be clear that what we think we are saying might not be interpreted in the way that we would want to. In thinking around what makes a good research paper, another academic coach, Emmanuel Sikleves, he's also on LinkedIn, gives you a research cheat sheet. And you can go and check out his LinkedIn profile as well on the why, how, what, who, where, when. Why? Is there a need for this? Why has this happened? Why are people affected by this? Is this relevant to me or others? Is this a problem or a challenge? Is this something people should know about? Will my paper disrupt things? How? How will this harm us? How will this benefit us? How can we change this? What do we know about this? And that's also where reviews become particularly important. What do we know? How do we know about this? How do we see this in the future? And similarly with your what, who, where, and when questions, when you are crafting your purpose, when you are crafting purposeful and clear, simply written papers, you should be able to address the why, how, what, when, who, where, why, how, what, who, where, when questions relatively simply and quickly. We often, as writers, in our quest to publish, we tend to not really look at the why and the what. Because if you think about it, who am I is a question that we explore from a very young age. But when we start getting into research and we start getting into academia, we really ask, who am I as a writer? What do I want to focus my writing on? And here, what I can say is serving on the, or convening the NRF panel, rating panel in politics and philosophy, I think it is quite telling that with some applications that come through, or many applications, we see this diverse body of writing. And within that diverse body of writing, it is almost like the academic is focusing more on whatever is the topical issue of the day, whether it be the Gaza conflict, the Trump administration and its impact on international relations, climate change, ocean economic development, gender-based violence, whatever the area is. We find some applicants are writing on absolutely everything that is very topical at a particular point in time. And then we start asking the question, but what is the expertise? What is the focus of the writing on? And that is an important question, because ultimately you want to get from the periphery, if you think of an academic career, like a jack of all trades, so to speak, where you do lots of modules and you focus on lots of things and you write lots of different assignments, into really honing into a specific area of expertise. How does that area align with your personal values? Do your personal values shape your academic interest? What do you feel writingly passionate about? Yes, we all have opinions about various topical issues or various current affairs or current developments. But do these opinions necessarily become the basis upon which we want to build our academic identity? So there's also a need to start, if you are thinking just around, not you, I would say within the next 5 years, but you as a writer within 25 years, to really do maybe some core value analysis. What is the relationship to goal setting and exploring your identity as a writer? Because this often overlooked area of personal and professional reflection and academic growth is what inherently will start motivating us to write about what we write, what we are passionate about knowing. What are we passionate about knowing more of? And it's interesting, and I'm just going to use an example that when I was a student a short while ago, when we spoke of gender scholars, the people we would think of immediately would be Shireen Hassem, Amanda Ghosh, for example. And it's not that they didn't write about other areas, but they did build a sufficient expertise and reputation around a specific field because they were passionate around gender politics, gender inclusivity, and questions of gender equality. And though that's important to really get to the why and the what of what you do. If you merely tackle topics and merely write for the sake of publication, of racking up citations, of racking up meeting KPIs, meeting all of those things, you will soon may start losing your motivation and your passion. So you need to know what the underlying why is of what you write. Otherwise, you could end up being stuck in a cycle of dreading your workday, as opposed to finding really purpose and meaning in your work and in your research writing. And ultimately, if you think about it, your research writing is what is going to be your legacy, so to speak. So again, what legacy, what purpose, what meaning do you want to leave behind as an academic? Just something to play around with. I've often or I've asked a cohort of interns, was a year or two ago, just to start paying attention to experiences, habits, and beliefs that shape you as a writer. Imposter syndrome, so I am not good enough, and how we can reframe to challenge that. Habits. A nice exercise to do that you can note down is set a timer on your phone, just at random times. Set a timer on your phone, and when the timer goes off, note what you're doing. And do that, for a week or 2 weeks, and you will really start seeing what are the unconscious habits that pop up. Are you comfortable portraying you in your academic writing, especially as young emerging scholars? Very often I see young scholars come through, they've possibly just graduated with a PhD, but it's almost like they are trying to channel the voice of their supervisor in their writing. And there needs to be that little bit of space or to give yourself permission and space to find the you that you portray in your academic writing and your point of view when you write about what you write about. So in essence, to find that purpose and clarity, the why and the what, you really need to find your writer's voice. And we often find our communication gaps, so to speak, when we try to successfully communicate a concept to someone else. I'm not going to maybe. Again, I am looking for 2 volunteers.
Let's have a look.
Jolene mentioned 2 specific people.
No volunteers, Soph.
No volunteers, no.
Come on, we had some.
Can you repeat the question?
I think you're being asked to repeat the task.
Oh, okay. No, I haven't given the task yet because I'm afraid there will be no volunteers, but there's also no volunteers without me mentioning the task. So I'm looking for 2 volunteers to just imagine that you are visiting our offices and you bump into our CEO, Professor Sarah Mositsa, and she asks you about your current research paper, and you are about to enter the elevator. You will have exactly 2 minutes to tell her as concisely and clearly what you are working on. So I'm looking for 2 volunteers to, in 2 minutes, tell us exactly what it is concisely that they are working on.
Okay, we've got 2 hands.
Applauding.
Oh yeah, so that's Teboho. But I'm trying to see whose hand that is. Okay, so we've got 7 hands there.
Okay, so I've got Shireen. I can see Dr. Virginia Mutai and Teboho and Ruvimbu.
You've got Ruvimbu. Yeah, I think that's.
So we've got 3 in that order.
Yes.
2, and I will start a little timer as well that we can look at. 2 minutes. Are you able to effectively summarize your research in 2 minutes? Who is up first? Any volunteers?
I can go first.
All right.
Oh,
and your
hi.
time starts now.
Okay, my research looks at the aesthetics of Ubuntu in community theater practice. So, yeah.
Short, sweet, and to the point with 15 seconds.
Hello?
Dr. Virginia?
I try. Yeah, I'm looking at communication strategies that community volunteers, health volunteers are using to enhance health literacy in rural communities.
Also, 10 seconds flat. Remember?
Good afternoon. So I'm looking at how the increase of non-revenue water is leading to proliferation of water cuts, especially in local municipalities across South Africa.
And that's also around about 13 seconds. And what's nice about it is that if you are able to effectively summarize your research in such a way to say, for example, I'm looking at community theatre practice in Ubuntu, or questions of water, or questions of health workers, you can start a conversation. So Professor Musutsa might ask you, oh, really? So what have you found? And then, of course, are you able to effectively summarize and say, you know, my large-scale findings have been this, or I have found that these are still areas that we need to look at. So that is also a nice way, is to practice your elevator conversations, and maybe just see, are you perhaps too long in your explanation, which could show that you're not really very clear yet on what it is that you want to achieve or to write about? Or alternatively, if it is too short, is there maybe some information that you can add to keep the audience, or to keep the person interested in the work that you are doing? Let me just get back to the PowerPoint. Shireen has taught me a new trick. I hope I'm right.
Yes, absolutely.
So, Ancilla has also touched upon this, what editors are looking for and what they are not looking for. So again, and somebody had asked the name of the person I had referenced. So you can see there, Dr. Samira Husseini. So incorrect data analysis or interpretation, flawed experimental design. Never underestimate the importance of the methodology. There's quite a number of papers in my period as editor-in-chief of Politicon, for example, that were research papers and presented some original data that had significant methodological flaws or significant errors, which compromised the validity of the result. Mismatched scope. So again, noting the difference between, or the preference, let me put it that way rather, of whether a journal is more geared towards research papers or open to both research and review essays. Ethical concerns, timing or topicality. There was a question earlier on around a journal article that has been with the editors for 7 months. And timing or topicality is also of a particular concern for authors, because if a journal is sitting with your paper for 7 months, 18 months, 2 years, without you getting any feedback from reviewers, your data and your topic also becomes slightly outdated. And it could then, you could get feedback that says, well, it lacks novelty, or there's insufficient data because these developments have already happened. And all of those things happen while you were waiting possibly for feedback on your manuscript, instead of actively following up with the editors-in-chief, the assistant editors, the section editors, on what the status of your paper is. Some issues in terms of getting that revise and resubmit is harder to fix than others. Experimental designs, you can fix your methodologies. Mismatched scopes, you can find alternative journals. Inadequate literature review, you can read wider. Ethical concerns, you can address those. But timing and topicality, lack of novelty, insufficient data, or incorrect analysis or data interpretation is a little bit harder to fix. So I'm hoping, can we see the Slido code on the side?
Yes, we can now.
Please, I would like to know what is your key takeaway together from our time. And then Shireen, I'm happy to take questions. I don't know if Ancilla, I can't see, is still here. Then we can maybe just have a conversation and answer questions as we conclude this session. I'm going to ask just for 3 minutes on the Slido, please.
So we're encouraging all of you to get onto Slido, slido.com. Then there's the code there, and start capturing your answers.
Interesting. Eye-open. I'm curious why eye-opening. Detecting fake. It's interesting.
There's many more of you here. Come, we're only getting less than
9.
10.
Yeah.
I mean, there's more than 270 people in this group. Come on, we want to hear your voices.
I want to give it 1 more minute. Is that all right, Shireen?
Yeah, you still have another, 14 minutes left. So you're welcome to, but yeah. Do you want to open up for general questions?
Yes, I think so. I'm loving, I see clarity, relevance, expertise keeps popping in, and the elevator pitch, as well as tips on journal publishing, mindset, research. So I think let's open up for general questions while the last few participants type up their key takeaway from our time together.
Great. So let's just get a show of hands or in the chat if you'd like to put your questions in. All right, we've got a hand here. And that is Virginia. Do you want to ask your question? You can unmute. Okay, so no hands.
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't have a question, sorry.
Oh, okay.
It was previous when we were volunteering.
Oh, I see. Okay.
A legacy hand, Dr. Virginia.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Dr. Ndlovu? If there aren't any questions for Dr. Kotza. But I think, I mean, come on, you've had such an exciting session and a lot of discussion and debate. I'm sure there's some questions.
Or even pointers or tips, and Scylla and I would be happy to share. You have 10 minutes of conversation.
Yes. So people, well, there's a comment here from, I've learned that my research must show a reasonable level of clarity in order to meet required standards. Yep, absolutely. Anything else?
The importance of scholarly voice. And it's definitely something I think we don't talk about. What is our scholarly voice?
Maybe I could ask you to, either one of you to talk about what is the way to develop your experience of writing? Are there certain things that you should be doing every day, every week, whatever, in order to develop your skills with writing? Because it doesn't come like that.
It depends. Different people process information in a different way. So, for me to say keep a research journal. If you're driving in your car and you hear an interesting news story that maybe links up to an area that you're working in, but you don't have a notebook to write it down or something to note the idea. Other people are more auditory in their processing, and they kind of conceptualize or deal with information and finding their own voice literally by talking. So you are going to have to find what works best for you. Some people mind map, are very visual in their thinking. And I think finding your voice also links in with demonstrating your thinking. So things like if you are very visual, for example, Joseph touched upon it, like looking for the creative output around the Sierra Leone conflict. So things like visual ethnographies, photographies, photo voice, all of these different methodologies to bring your own voice forward.
We've got, so I just want to add to what you've just said. Something that helped me a lot was my former division executive, Professor Ivan Turok, who's extensively published and editor in international journals. And he said to me, write at least 300 words, if not every day, at least 3 times a week.
Yeah.
Write something. Give yourself the practice of writing and you'll build confidence. Right, so we've got Joseph and we've got Magocha. So, and then there's another comment in the chat, but let's just take those 2 hands first. Joseph? Okay,
Hi.
Dave.
Hi,
Go
can
ahead.
you hear me? Thank you very much.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Dr. Coach Loving, I am quite interested in the qualities that make a paper. When you pointed out research paper, but as to how it stands distinct from a review paper. Because I'll give you a scenario, for example, if I am applying a particular theory, but from a different perspective. So I'm challenging a kind of the usual application of this psychological theory, for example, to study return migrants. To say, okay, it has been applied quite often to study the state of mind of people who are returning. So, so it looks at return migration, the physical movement, for the mental aspect. So when I attempt to use this to the same theory, but to use it in a circumstance that has no physical movement, it is instead the movement of the mind from a wretched state to a normal state, for example. And I use this kind of theory to justify my belief that, contrary to a general view, that the rehabilitation of war victims, for example, was a success. Studies show that the rehabilitation was not a success. So I want to know if this can be a research or a review, because I'm going to be looking at works that have been done. And also I want to be, I'm saying this because I am at the same time looking at a review, doing a review paper where I am looking at the return migration policy of the African Union. I wish to review that policy. So I want to be very clear as to what is review and the research paper. So maybe you have to touch a little bit more on the distinction.
Okay.
No problem.
Shall I answer, Shireen, or are you going to take the next question as well?
Mine was just a comment. Now, thank you very much. I wanted to say one or two, three things. One, I want to appreciate your, I could say from your presentation, I've gotten quite a number of ideas, especially with regard to how to navigate through the military review process. And then also to find out my voice, my right. Now, somebody did ask about how to become the right.
Sorry,
And,
George. George,
yes?
it's very difficult to hear you. Really, really difficult to hear you. Your sound, either you can put it on louder, but it's really difficult to hear what you're saying. So maybe
Am
you
I
could fix it.
distant?
Yes,
Now,
a lot better. But can you keep your question very short, please?
maybe I speak slowly. One, I
No, I'm sorry. We are hardly hearing what you're saying. Can we ask you to put your question into the chat? And can we go to Magocha, please? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sharon. My question is on specialization when it comes to research niches. What are the risks of just specializing in one in a singular discipline, a research niche, in the event of this volatile and turbulent living environment in which we are, where technology is moving almost each and every year? Thank you.
Do you want to go ahead, Jolene? There is another question here, and that is about what do you do? And Sudha has answered it to some extent, but I think, what do you do when somebody has used your paper and they're co-authors and published it without talking to you? So there is a response from Ancilla. You might want to add to that.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm going to start with Joseph. So when we talk of questions, for example, you are writing around questions of policy reviews. One of the first questions you will be answering is what do we know about this particular issue? So what do we know about the rehabilitation of child soldiers that has either been successful or unsuccessful? And that would entail a review article, so to speak, right? A review of what we currently know. But once we have determined that we've done this review article, some are saying, yes, the review was successful. Others are saying, sorry, the rehabilitation was successful. Others are saying, no, it wasn't successful. Then, of course, you need to move on to research and some primary data collection, which would then bring you to a research paper. So, and also it's not everything can be classified as peer reviews or pure research papers. Very often the few interlink a little bit. So if for example, you write an article that has some primary data, but also incorporates an element of a literature review, not just data, methods, findings. And it's finding that nuanced balance, I would say. It also links into the last comment. I couldn't see who it was, Shireen. I apologize. My screen only lets me see 3 people at once, and one of those 3 people is me. So I don't know why.
So which one was that? Was that the comment?
But, you know, when we speak of niche areas, yes, I mean, the world is rapidly evolving. The hot topic right now is AI. And the hot topic right now is around, for example, AI in education, AI in governance, AI in democracy, you know, the evolution of AI and its impact on society. We may all come with a particular point of view. So as a democracy scholar, for me, for example, I won't necessarily look at AI, so to speak, but a question I might raise either in terms of an editorial or possibly a review article, just summarizing what we already know, would be, for example, AI and a new defined or broader set of human rights. Do we now have online rights because we have AI? It doesn't mean that I'm reinventing myself as an AI expert, but I'm still working within kind of the theoretical bounds of where I play. George, I couldn't hear you at all. I'm sorry.
No problem. Maybe I'll write on
Ancilla,
the
I don't
chat.
know if you have anything to add.
Are you able to hear me now?
Very faintly.
Very faint, George. I think best is to write into the chat. I think I'd like for you and Ancilla to just specifically talk to the issue around author attributions, because just because you might have done your master's in that piece of work, it doesn't automatically make you the lead author on a paper. And I think we just need to, perhaps you can both talk to that.
Okay, so just from, and again, I'm now talking through an experience as an editor-in-chief. Author attributions are very important, but it's not necessarily something editors can get involved in. Authors will generally have a prearranged agreement, so to speak, on you take the lead on this and I'm the second author, third author. If there's a supervisor, they might be a last author if the study was done under their supervision. However, if a paper can also be withdrawn or retracted, if there is conflict around author designations and there is conflict around author order as well. So I think, you know, just once when there is conflict around authorship, when there is conflict around who does what in the paper, the key metric that we as editors always ask for is, can you show me exactly what you did on the paper? And by exactly, I mean actually highlighting exactly what you had done on the paper and who did what on the paper. That way we would then be able to determine various contributions. I'm hoping I'm answering the question. Just a question on research methods. There is such a rich, I think, database of knowledge on the World Wide Web. There are secondary data sets that we can go and play around with to really hone our skills. You know, there's the World Economic Resources Database, for example. There's NASA data. There's Varieties of Democracy, Afrobarometer. There is so much data that we can just go and play around with to maybe just upskill ourselves through actual practical application without the necessary pressure of, oh, my paper will be rejected because there have been errors in my data analysis. So that's also an avenue.
Shireen, are we going to close? I did want to add an input about the author attribution issue. But if we're going to close, I think we're 4 minutes over time, then I'll hold back. I'm doing a lot of chatting with people online and on email. You're muted, Shireen.
Sorry, I'm saying let us ask you both to just make short closing statements, and then people can leave. Thank you. Go ahead.
I would say we're living in the information age, and I think all the participants that are here, please take full advantage of all the information that is available to you online, all the tools that are available to you. You are really in a good position to capitalize on all the information and the tools that are out there. And the last thing that I would say is try to conquer the imposter syndrome as best as you can. Seek therapy if you need to, counseling at your university or some other means. But please try to work past these blocks towards writing. Thanks, Shireen.
Thank you. Jolene, closing comments?
There's no such thing as failure, and there's no such thing as reject. What there is experiences and learning to make the next submission better.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much to both our presenters, but also thank you for a very vibrant group of participants and a big group who've been actively participating. This is the last day of the Academy, and the last sessions, one of them is specifically dealing with AI and research. And we'd encourage you, if you are interested in understanding the pitfalls and the value of working with AI. Yeah, so I would encourage you to attend those or any of the other last sessions that are left. Thank you very much, and have a good lunch break. And as we said before, please submit your evaluation. Just download it now, even if you're not going to complete it now, but please do, because we really want, the presenters want to have the feedback. We'd like to have the feedback as well. Thank you. Take care. Goodbye.
Bye, Shireen. Bye, Jolene.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, Moses. Bye, Ansela. Thank
Bye.
you. Bye,
Bye,
everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Thank
Good afternoon, colleagues. We've got a full house joining us here today. I hope you've all enjoyed your lunch and are ready for an engaging session concentrating on use of AI in research. This is the 23rd module of this week's African Researchers Training Academy. So I'm sure you've all enjoyed the proceedings thus far, and we have a very interesting and enlightening discussion planned for you this afternoon. Today we'll be learning how we can practically apply these AI tools and what new skills that you need to develop so that you can become familiar with these tools in the course of your research. We are very privileged today to be joined by Professor Donrick Thaldar and Ms. Aliki Edgecombe from UKZN in Durban. Professor Thaldar is a professor of law and has published over 100 articles and has led many projects in the area of data science and health innovation here in South Africa and on the continent. He also runs a private legal practice and serves as a legal counsel in 22 cases, where 5 of which are actually appearing before the have appeared before the South African Constitutional Court. So we are really blessed with a wealth of expertise in this particular area when we engage with Professor Thaldar. You can also find more information about Professor Thaldar at datalaw.africa and thaldar.com. Welcome, Professor Thaldar. Really blessed to have you with us today. Supporting Professor Thaldar will also be ably supported by Ms. Aliki Edgecombe. Welcome. She is also a lecturer at the School of Law at UKZN and a member of DSI Africa Law of the DSI Africa Law Group. She supervises master's students their research on health and her work focuses on data protection, law, and the regulation of emerging technologies like AI, but within the health research context. So, welcome, colleagues. Glad to have you with us. We are really quite looking forward to the amazing insights that you'll be sharing with us today. This is perhaps one of the most fastest moving spaces that are out there. So it's really key that we try and get familiar with what's going on, build the awareness in these spaces. Also online with us, we have Ms. Mokhetwa Madubye, and she's assisting us. You'll see her name pop up in the chat, and she'll help us monitor questions that are going online. Just to also, given that this is an AI session, there is a feature on Zoom called the AI Companion. I would like to invite colleagues to get familiar with that as well and try it out during the course of the proceedings, just to help catch you up on the discussion. And then in terms of this housekeeping, before we kick off, I believe there is an evaluation survey for this session. We'll pop that link in the chat and we look forward to your feedback. You can complete that towards the end of the session. There's also a link to the repository with the training materials and the bios of our colleagues here today. And so we'll share that with you in the chat. I think it's just been popped in right now, actually. Great. Yeah, so this session will run from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. Time is always against us, and there's always so much to be said in the session. Prof. Thaldar, perhaps you can guide me. How would you like to handle questions in the sessions? Do you want to let people raise their hands as and when they have a query, or do you want to group them at the end?
I think it might be easier to group them at the end. I just think that would be easier so that we don't, we can concentrate on the presentations and not having to double task. But I think at certain places during the presentation, Ms. Edgecombe and I might also just stop and ask if there are any questions and so on for clarity. So I think at some stages we will pause for discussion.
Excellent. Yes, so thank you. We really look forward to it, and we're in your hands.
Thank you. Well, greetings everyone, and I'm glad to be here with you, and I'm very happy to present with my colleague Miss Edgecombe. And our goal is to provide practical, critical insights into how academics, regardless of discipline, can use generative AI tools effectively and responsibly. So, colleagues, just for a bit of context, to add to my introduction, my primary fields of interest are health law and data governance. But more broadly, I engage with the role of emerging technologies in academic and also in professional settings. I chair the task team that developed the University of KwaZulu-Natal's academic guidelines on the use of artificial intelligence, and I also make daily use of generative AI tools in my own research. So in other words, when I endorse AI, it's not only a theoretical endorsement. I use ChatGPT 4.0 extensively. I also use Grok. I'm very pleased to say that I'm now experimenting with Grok 4. And I use that to develop research questions, to brainstorm structural options, and also to refine language. And I must tell you that during the past December break, this is now not last year, but the year before that, I wrote a full academic article through an iterative process with ChatGPT, revising and then testing and improving it section by section. And I'm now happy to say that that article has been published in the Q1 journal. So I'm really trying to put my money where my mouth is regarding the use of AI in academic research. And I must say, I think that article is probably my best article ever. These tools, whether you use one of these general LLMs such as ChatGPT or Grok, or whether you use one of the generative AIs that has been specifically developed for research that Ms. Edgecombe will focus on a little bit later. These tools are not just limited to improving grammar or polishing your prose. They can really support higher order academic thinking, especially when you use it critically and when you use it strategically. One must, of course, remember that generative AI has its strengths and its weaknesses. It is still in the process of being developed. But to use it well, you must understand both the strengths and the weaknesses. And one of its key strengths is its ability to structure and reorganize fragmented ideas quite quickly. It can help develop coherent outlines and summarize large bodies of literature, and even generate alternative formulations to test your own thinking. So put differently, AI is not just a tool for better writing. It is a tool for better thinking. It allows you to experiment with different phrasings, explore conceptual blind spots, and develop a clearer argument through iteration. You know, when I started writing that article that I'm now referring to, it wasn't a topic that has interested me since the time that I worked on my master's degree years ago. So, you know, at that stage, I still, that was now around the millennium. And I made notes in a little notepad originally when I read a book, and I then I want to use the word save as in a computer, but I saved the notes. So I put the physical notes in the book back in my library for future use. So when I now decided to write an article on that topic, I got out the old books and my notes from reading them, tried to refresh my old brain. That was a bit of a challenge. But I I took from that notes or the essence that I wanted to use, typed it in, and had a whole document just of my notes. And at some stage, I started using ChatGPT's dictate function, which is absolutely wonderful. I'll demonstrate it to you in a moment. So then I could also just take the notes, read it out into ChatGPT, made some additional remarks. So I could then give all of that to ChatGPT and said, here are my notes that I made literally 2.5 decades ago. Now try to organize them in a coherent scheme. And then I brainstormed with ChatGPT on what would be a good metaphor to use, a grabbing metaphor. And eventually, during that brainstorming, it wasn't Chat's idea, it was my idea, but it was the result of brainstorming that I thought, well, wait a minute. In my notes, in my old notes, at some stage, I mentioned something that about a wolf and a dog. So why not use my dog as a metaphor? And that's what I did. And I think it worked wonderfully. So, colleagues, there's a lot of noise about AI replacing human expertise. Well, what shall I say? I don't think that that's a real risk. The real risk is being left behind, not by the machine, but by your peers who learn to work with AI more effectively than you. Competence in using AI tools is rapidly becoming a basic academic skill, not a luxury or an optional extra. So that said, using AI tools effectively and responsibly is just as important, is a fundamental academic skill. Think of it like driving a car. It can get you places faster, but not if you disregard the rules of the road. Issues like source verification and accuracy must remain front and center in any serious academic engagement with generative AI. That's why I usually speak about using it effectively and responsibly. So in this seminar, we'll not only demonstrate how to use these tools productively, but also how to apply good judgment in doing so. And Ms. Edgecombe will add her insights, especially on responsible use and good academic practice. So I will first focus just on some on general LLMs, ChatGPT, Grok, and then Ms. Edgecombe will take over and focus more on the AIs, the generative AIs that have been specifically developed to assist with research. So, colleagues, let me share my screen. I'll go to ChatGPT. So I trust that you can all see the very well-known ChatGPT interface. Now, the three things that I like very much about ChatGPT, firstly is its interface. Secondly, is the fact that one can dictate quite effectively with ChatGPT. And thirdly is that one can upload a number of files simultaneously to ChatGPT. So in preparation for this for the seminar, I've already linked this file. So you just do it by clicking the plus and then just say upload file, and you will look for it in your file structure. So, and here, of course, is the very nice little dictate function. So let's start to have a bit of a conversation with ChatGPT. I'm uploading an article that I wrote with some colleagues recently. And as you will see, it defines a few terms in the context of data sharing in the field of genomics. Please tell me, what is the definition for data visiting? So there you see the answer that it is providing. The article that you co-authored, data visiting is defined as follows. Data visiting is a form of data sharing in which shared data is analyzed with the provider's computing equipment, a computing environment, whether through human or computational agents. Let's have a look at the article itself to see how accurate ChatGPT was. I'll quickly open it or quickly share the article. Okay. So here you should now be able to see the article. There's the heading. Let's scroll to the definition of data visiting. Okay, so there you can see it. There's the definition. So colleagues, how long did it take ChatGPT to quickly read through the article and give that interesting information to me? I think it's quite correct. What do you think? Let's go back to ChatGPT. There we go. So let's have a look at the comment that it's giving me there. This definition deliberately excludes normative or evaluative language such as secure or trusted, and instead emphasizes analysis within the provider's environment as the defining feature, not whether the data is viewable by the user. Okay, so I think that is quite accurate. ChatGPT, given your general knowledge of data visiting and federated analysis in the field of genomics, do you agree with this definition? It often records me in Afrikaans or in Dutch. I don't know why, because I'm trying to speak English. Let's do that again. ChatGPT, given your inherent knowledge of genomics and data sharing and data visiting in particular, do you agree with this definition proposed by me in the article that I've provided? So it says that it seems to agree with me, it agrees with my definition, and it provides me with a few strengths of my definition that you can read there. And it also provides a few caveats that it says are not criticisms, but caveats. Let me see what it says. The definitional sufficiency of analysis. Okay, that's interesting. And jurisdictional tensions. Yes, that's important, but I think we can handle that. Okay, so it's an interesting. It's always good to, it's often a problem in academia to get people to just brainstorm your ideas with and to get honest, well-informed feedback. You know, for people who are in the know, you know, their time is precious to them. And you also don't always know, do they actually apply their minds if they give me feedback? Or are they just trying to be nice? Well, with if you use the AI almost as your brainstorming partner, your sounding board, or your mentor, if you wish, you'll get this kind of honest feedback, and I think it's generally quite well informed feedback as well. So let's take it a bit further. I want to author a new article that builds on this article that I've provided you with. In this new article, I want to analyze data visiting in more detail. One can almost call it a kind of a new conceptual framework that I want to propose for data visiting in genomics. So what I have in mind is to look at the various dimensions of how data visiting is actually implemented in practice, and then how those various dimensions or aspects of data visiting can then be used as levers from a governance or from a legal perspective to get a certain result. For example, to either increase security to get a certain governance result, or, for example, to make the data either more or less viewable or accessible to get a certain security result. And also in terms of where data are kept. Well, ChatGPT, think of what are the different aspects of data visiting that would have an impact on the governance of data visiting. So, colleagues, this is basically as if you're now going to consult with a data scientist who specializes in genomics. But you don't need to make an appointment or something like that. Just ask ChatGPT. Its inherent knowledge, especially in the sciences, is remarkably good. So that's what I've dictated. Let's submit it. And I must also not tell you, it's also got this feature of, what is it called? Research and search. So I don't want to try it out now, because if you use the research one, it can take up to 20 minutes or whatever the case may be. We don't have that kind of time, but it's very impressive. You use that if you want to generate a whole lit review for a PhD, but we don't have the time for that now. But it is impressive. Even in law, it is impressive. So let's see how it answers what it generates. Because remember, I specialize in data governance, but I'm not a geneticist. I'm not a data scientist. So this is an easy door for me into that field. So for a conceptual framework, the various dimensions of data visiting as governance levers, that's exactly what I've asked for. So first, it suggests data location. So that's whether the data resides on local institutional servers, in-country cloud, or cross-border cloud infrastructure. Wonderful. That is indeed, from a legal governance perspective, very important. Okay, we're not going to do it in more detail, but let's look at the second one. Data visibility. The extent to which the user can view underlying data, that is the raw genomic data, metadata, and aggregate. Okay, 100%, because some kinds of data visiting, you can't view it, some kind you can't. So this is absolutely accurate, I think. Then user autonomy and interactivity, the degree to which users can manipulate data in real time. Okay. And how is that relevant to governance leverage? Output governance. I'm not going to go through each one individually. You know, if you're not busy with it, you can now really study and each one. Yeah, quite a lot. We're already at 7, 8. So I can now go on from this and further interrogate it and build and on each one I can go and search for articles in Google Scholar, then read the article or read the abstract, throw it into the AI and ask certain questions about it to gradually build from this framework up to verify, is what it's giving me, is it really relevant? Is it a good idea? And engage with it on it, tell it to refer to articles, decide which of these suggestions to use, how to refine it, and then build your research, your article from there. Let's engage with one of it a bit more. Thank you, ChatGPT. I quite like your suggestions, but your optional axes that you're proposing, I'm a bit skeptical about, because you suggest there standardization and certification. I don't know how that will necessarily impact on the legal governance. Can you explain that a little bit more to me? So there it provides me with some clarification. And it's very interesting how it provides me with, how shall I say, positive points, but then also balancing it out. So it's not, so it's trying to keep it quite balanced and then giving me a recommendation at the end. So this is just to illustrate how it really, how one can really engage with it in a iterative fashion, but you know, brainstorming things. I want to illustrate something else as well. I'm going to upload another article. If I can find it, give me a moment. So this is the GA4GH lexicon. So the work in the article that I've provided previously was an article in which we discussed the committee's, well, suggest new terminology that we developed, and it was then incorporated in this global body's official lexicon. But let's see how we can include that as well. I've attached the GA4GH data sharing lexicon. I want you to just verify that the definitions as provided in the article and in this lexicon is the same. The definition for data visiting must be exactly the same. And then I would also want you to consider all the other terminology in this lexicon and make sure that in the proposals that you made to me of the various dimensions of data visiting, that you have in fact used the correct vocabulary, the correct terminology throughout. If you find that you need to change your terminology, tell me where and when, or tell me where it is applicable. So in other words, what we're testing is a bit of a comparison. Are they the same, and how does it affect suggestions that ChatGPT has already made. So the definition is the same in both. I'm so glad that everybody did their work properly. So there. Oh, it points out that somebody did make a typing mistake. A minor syntactic variation. User performs analysis versus shared data is analyzed. Huh? I didn't realize that. Thank you, ChatGPT. I'll have to send an email to GA4GH to correct the definition in the lexicon. Whenever humans are available, there's always some human mistake being made. Okay. Then terminology check against the proposed framework. Quite extensive. It suggests aligning terminology to the lexicon term controlled access instead of access control. Okay, fine, thank you. Some other suggestions that it's also making. That's a summary of its suggested changes to terminology. Okay, well, there we go. Let's do another interesting test or demonstration. I'm going to go back to the top and I'm going to copy paste my initial prompt. Now I'm going to take you to Grok. So remember my initial question? I just uploaded my article and I asked it about the definition of data visiting. Good. Now let me share with you my Grok screen. If I can find it. It's here somewhere. There we go. So, colleagues, so welcome to Grok 4. So there the article is ready. Now, the problem with Grok that seriously irritates me is that I can't dictate to Grok on my computer. I can only do that on my cell phone. And I don't really use my cell phone for research, do I? So unfortunately in Grok, you need to type or you need to dictate in ChatGPT and copy paste it over to Grok as I'm doing now. So I'm going to ask you the same question that I've asked ChatGPT. And you remember ChatGPT gave me a kind of a short answer. It was correct with the definition. So Grok 4 tends to take a bit longer. You see it thought for a few seconds there. So it tells me data visiting is a form of data sharing in which shared data is analyzed within. So it gives me the definition. There we go. Nothing more. It's keeping it quite short. Whereas ChatGPT gave me a bit of a description. I'm now going to copy paste the next question to Grok as well, where I asked as you see there, given your inherent knowledge of genomics and data sharing and data visiting in particular, do you agree with this definition proposed by me in the article that I've provided? So again, you see it was thinking for a few seconds there, and then it tells me, yes, I agree with the definition of data visiting as proposed in the article. It accurately captures the core concept in genomics and broader data. In fact, I think it gives me a more concise answer than ChatGPT here. And interestingly enough, it there also refers to GA4GH. Okay, well, let's proceed with this experiment. I'm now not going to read everything in detail. The answer was most certainly more concise than ChatGPT's answer. So this was my next prompt. I want to author a new article that builds on this article that I provided you with. In this new article, I want to analyze data visiting in more detail. One can almost call it a kind of a new conceptual framework that I want to propose. And remember, ChatGPT then proposed, I think, about 10 dimensions for data visiting. But I didn't read all of them in detail, but I read the first 2 or 3, and I thought that they at least were very accurate to what I want to do. So it would be very interesting now to see what Grok would be proposing here. So while we're waiting, I'm just going to go to ChatGPT. You can't now see it, but I'm going to copy paste ChatGPT's 10 proposals and then ask Grok to consider them critically. Ah, there we go. Thank you, Grok. So it's even suggesting, so let's read that. Building on the definition of data visiting from your 2021, it's not a 2021 article, it's a 2025 article, nevertheless. I propose, so Grok has developed a self-concept. I propose a new conceptual framework called data visiting governance matrix. Oh, that's excellent. Just think how you can use that in a new article. Oh, this framework conceptualizes data visiting not just as a static practice, but as a multidimensional system where various implementation aspects serve as adjustable levers to achieve desired governance, legal, ethical, and security outcomes. Wonderful. The goal is to enable scalable. I love Grok 4. Yeah, it's got soul. And it goes, I just recognize a few things that I think are quite relevant there. GDPR, HIPAA are relevant to the law. Okay, let's see. Technical infrastructure, hybrid, local cloud, exactly the first one that ChatGPT also gave. Okay, access modality, human only, is it human API, data visibility and interactivity, again, very same as one that ChatGPT suggested. Federation level, okay, it goes on, it suggests 1, 2, 5, 1 is 6, but yeah, it suggests 6 of them. But it seems as if it's also contracting a few of them together. Well, again, I'm now not going to look at this in any detail, but it provides me with such nice stuff to start working with. And then I can one by one challenge it and say, but wait a minute, is this one really relevant? Why do you say so? Etc., etc., etc. Let's do this. Well, I think I'm gonna, it will be easier from a dictation perspective to copy this. Go to chat and then tell chat, oh, I must now take you with me, sorry. Let's go to ChatGPT again. Hello, ChatGPT. I've worked with another AI also on the same topic of generating some, well, various dimensions for data visiting through a governance lens. I paste them below. I want to highlight two things. Firstly, the other AI suggested a name for my framework, which I quite like. You can also tell me what you think about it. And then the other AI suggested a number of dimensions. I would like you to do a comparison between the dimensions that you suggested and these other ones. Please do so in English. Okay, I've copy-pasted in that last output from Grok. So now let's say, so part 1, name of the framework, data visiting governance matrix, assessment, memorable, descriptive, scalable. Oh, love it, love it, love it. The term allows for future extensions such as DVGM for clinical genomics, DVGM Lite for low resource. Oh, it's beautiful. Verdict: I support adopting DVGM as the name of your framework. I wish all my colleagues were so brilliant and responsive. So part 2, comparative analysis of dimensions. Now this is interesting. My proposed, that's not ChatGPT, matching DVGM, okay, data allocation, technical infrastructure, terminology consistent. Oh, it's also immediately doing the consistency thing with GF or GH. Comments, same concept. The framing is slightly more technical. Access modality, again, it's the same thing. Uses user computational agents. Their division into human API computational is clear and practical. Data visibility, again, it's basically the same, matches well. Interactivity adds nuance. Output governance, merged under data visibility and interactivity, and so on and so on. So I think, colleagues, this is such a powerful research tool, and I find it fun to play around with this. And as you could see, it's not as if I just sit here passively and just, how shall I say, tell GPT to do, well, how shall I say, it's a combination, it's a dialogue, it's an iterative process. If you know nothing of data visiting, or data visiting in genomics, or data visiting in the law, then nothing of this will make sense to you. But if you know your field, then you can use it highly efficiently, and you can quickly, from the output that it gives you, you can quickly apply your mind and say, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. Or wait a minute, I want to know more. What are your reasons for this? And you can evaluate those reasons, because it's essential for you to apply your judgment, of course. So do note that this is not the way, well, you can't use this technique effectively if you don't know your own stuff. You first need to be an expert in your own field. Once you're an expert in your own field, you can easily navigate this field with confidence. But you know, it's very much like when my son was younger, when he was still in primary school years ago, and he just instead of learning his tables, his multiplication tables, he just told me, well, why can't he just use a calculator? It's so much easier. Yes, of course, it's easier to use a calculator to know what is 4 times 4 or 5 times 5 or whatever, than having to memorize it when you're, 8-year-old boy. But you need to memorize your multiplication table so that when you're in matric, you get confronted with something such as, you just see the number 144, then you must immediately just click, it is 12 squared. You know, if you see the number 81, you must just immediately click, it's 9 times 9. So, and if you don't just immediately click, if you don't know your multiplication tables completely off by heart, you're going to fail, because you can't, each time you see a number, first get a calculator and think, well, okay, well, let's see. If I divide this by 2, oh, if I divide this by 3, what am I going to get? You will never finish the exam in time. So you need to have that basic knowledge. Once you have that, then you can play around in the way that I've done now, with confidence, without being led astray. And even if you know your field, you always need to verify. Because although ChatGPT in, I think, 99% cases will read the definition in the article correctly, it's also possible that it can make a mistake. So at all stages, verify, verify, verify. Okay, so I think that is where I'm going to stop at this stage. I hope that this little experiment has assisted you or given you confidence to use generative AI, general LLMs, in this way. But I think now would be a good opportunity to just open the floor for some questions, and then we can use the next 10 to 15 minutes for questions before I then give over to my colleague, Ms. Edgecombe, for the highlight of today's seminar, namely using research-specific artificial intelligence. Good.
Yes,
I'll
great.
stop
Thank you.
sharing my
That's
screen.
been excellent, Prof. Telda. It's really fascinating to see the way you work with it, especially the way you speak to it. I haven't been one. I prefer to type. I haven't been so comfortable talking to AI. It's always felt a bit strange to me. The chat has been buzzing, and so I've tried to stay up to date and just give some inputs here and there where the answer was quite easy. But I think the burning question, which repeats a few times, is to what degree is it acceptable or academically acceptable to be relying on these AI tools for your writing? So where do you draw the line between brainstorming and writing? I think that idea has come up a few times, and perhaps you can reflect
I would
on
use it for everything. Let it write it for you.
Okay. So how do you deal
Except
with...
if you think you can write better, but if your answer is no, then let it do your writing for you.
Okay, there you've heard it from Professor Telda, our colleagues. There's been a lot going on in the chat. Let's take a show of hands to see if there's any comments that people would like to jump on and ask something specific.
So while we're writing regarding the dictation, in my previous life, prior to academia, I was an advocate at the Pretoria Bar. So there it's common practice to dictate your papers. So most advocates would use dictation, or used to use dictation machines there back in the early millennium and the 1990s. And then at some stage, we progressed to software such as DragonSpeak. But nowadays, well, software dictation software has become so powerful, and of course, they're now used by AI such as ChatGPT. And as you saw, sometimes for some, I don't know why, sometimes I speak with it in English. I think because it knows I'm Afrikaans, and I often speak with it in Afrikaans as well. Sometimes it just records me in Afrikaans, and then I must help it back to English again. Its Afrikaans is actually very impressive.
Strong, yes.
It still makes some mistakes, but I think it has become very impressive. And also, this is now less applicable in the research context, but for my students, for the undergrads, because I'm at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, they can use it in Zulu to explain concepts to them, because we don't all grow up with concepts such as bona fides and ultra vires, all of those Latin things. How many children grow up in a home with lawyers? It's probably only them who will grow up with concepts like that. So you can, your students can really use it as a powerful tutor to ask about these concepts, and then also ask for an explanation in your home language.
It's very, very powerful for that. I'm just keeping an eye on the chat, and I'm seeing the few points of flooding in. There's a lot of praise for what you've shared with us so far, by the way. One colleague here saying that this has been the best presentation of the week. I remember reflecting on.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, I think it's very well, very fitting, and I think appropriate for the content.
On your previous question, you know, most of us in South Africa are second language English speakers. So I think it's just amazing that we now have this tool to improve our language. And you can use it from the outset to write, or you can use it at the end to improve your language and readability. It depends on what methodology you are most comfortable with. You can't just jump into the deep side one day and think that something wonderful will come out. You'll have to learn by practicing. Now, of course, what is important is to acknowledge the use of AI, but that goes without saying. Of course, in your acknowledgements, you're going to say that I've used AI in this way or that way. If you use it in your as part of your methodology, of course, you must write, you must explain it in your methodology section as well. How exactly are you using AI? In fact, I would even suggest that you keep all of your prompts to the AI and its output if you use it as core to your methodology. And that would, for example, be the case if you're doing qualitative research and you've now, for example, interviewed 20 people, you've now had all the interviews transcribed, not by a human. I'm sure that there are very good software to do the transcriptions. You have checked it, of course, yourself. You've verified that it's accurate. You've then anonymized it, because it's important if we deal with personal information to ensure that we protect privacy. And then you can then upload those anonymized transcripts to Grok or to ChatGPT to assist with your qualitative analysis. And these generative AIs are becoming very powerful at assisting with identifying themes for qualitative analysis, for thematic analysis, and similar objectives. And now that is just my. It's perhaps perhaps still at the experimental stage with qualitative analysis, but but I'm just mentioning this as an example where you're using it as a part of your methodology. And if you do so, then of course you must state in your methodology section exactly what you've done. You've anonymized your transcripts. You've provided the transcripts to say you use ChatGPT 4 after ensuring it has been properly anonymized, and then you've provided the following prompts, and this was the output, and so on. You can even provide that as a supplementary file to the journal if you use it as part of your methodology. Good.
Building on that point, before we go to Nancy, whose hand is raised, there were a few questions about this point that I just want to make. A few of the universities have taken a very negative stance towards AI, and they're very anti-AI in many respects. Do you have a reflection on the way higher education is responding to AI right now?
I can just say that our university, where I was the chair of where I had the honor to be the chair of our AI task team, we took a far more progressive stance. And I think many other universities are also now changing their stance to be more progressive. I've recently read that UCT is strongly moving in that direction. It's also not using any AI detection tools anymore. So I think it's a matter of time, because it's a new tool. It's like with moving from typewriters to word processors on computers. Do you still want to be the person typing on a typewriter, or do you want to be the person working with a word processor on a computer? And it's your choice. And I don't think one should be judgmental. If somebody wants to be an artisan and write your article by hand, by all means. If you want to type your article or type your PhD with an old-fashioned typewriter that you inherited from your grandmother, by all means, go for it. If that is something that you love, by all means. You know, if you want to write your whole PhD in calligraphy, wow, it would be stunning. Go for it. Is it the most efficient and productive way? Well, that's, I think, very debatable. But so I understand why people feel that writing is almost like a art, a craft, and so on, and they want to preserve it. But so, you know, the monks in the Middle Ages who apply their craft in writing out each letter so beautifully, and it is beautiful, they must have felt the same when the printing press was invented. So I don't think it's the first time that we're having this kind of debate. And so I don't want to be disrespectful regarding people who don't want to use AI, who would rather want to view this as a craft that they want to exercise and so on. By all means. But what I'm then asking is, don't be judgmental about those of us who want to move on and use the new technology, because if you apply the necessary academic rigor in the process, then you will preserve academic integrity. Of course, if you don't apply academic rigor and just accept everything that AI is producing and try to publish that, then of course you're not applying academic rigor, and that will then sacrifice academic integrity. So I understand the caution, but I think we should move past this kind of fear of sacrificing academic integrity in the whole academic enterprise collapsing in the time of AI. I think we have a lot to benefit, especially as South Africans who are second language English speakers. We definitely have a lot to benefit from using this technology. And you would also have heard that I'm, how shall I say, I'm enthusiastic, I'm optimistic, whereas some others would emphasize the ethics the whole time. I think at this stage we're almost making people frightened about this. We must just remember, what is ethics? Ethics is our current consensus in academia. There's nothing magic about it. And very often people would just dress up their own fears and prejudices as something ethical. No, we've got well-established rules of what is academic rigor. You test, whatever you say, you verify, you make sure that it's based on primary sources, it's an accurate reflection of your primary sources. You make sure that you have a broad and deep knowledge of your field so that you can understand and you can verify what AI is giving you. But if you are an expert in your field, I think you can increase your productivity immensely. You can have such a lot of more fun by having this tool at your disposal to test your ideas on. Sometimes I've given ideas to ChatGPT and I told it to research, and it told me, no, that has already been done 110 times. Okay, move on. Thank you. I'm not wasting more time. You know, so it can give you feedback very quickly. In that way, I think, you know, often young academics would come to me with this idea that they have for research, and then I would tell them, you know, it's a great idea, but I know from practice there are already, you know, at least 5 cases on this, so it's settled law. Forget about it, move on, you know. And I'm trying to do that in a, how shall I say, in a very mentor-like friendly way, but still I can see shame the poor person as I already spent some time researching it. At least with ChatGPT, I think there's you don't need to worry about your ego that much, and it's quick. Okay.
Let's go to Nancy, if you don't mind.
Nancy, yes, over to you.
Good afternoon, Prof. Good afternoon, Krish, and thank you for the presentation so far. It's almost like a discussion. You should see what's going on in the chat and everything. It's exciting. I also love ChatGPT. And the question that I was going to ask, you already answered it. Because I was going to ask, yes, academic institutions have embraced some of them. Like I'm studying with UP, and we do have an academic integrity kind of exercise that we do, and then to acknowledge what you're going to do and how you're going to use it. So now I was wondering, okay, so then is there a tool to detect how much AI I have used? Because I do get comments from the tutors to say, this is like 50% AI generated. I feel so bad. And yeah, so I was going to ask, is there one that I can use before I send it to my tutor?
No, I think, well, at some stage, I was also quite interested in trying to see, well, trying to use these detection tools. But I think what you're alluding to is you might have played around with a number of them, and I think you would have also picked up that they differ. So clearly there's an accuracy issue with them. Well, firstly, even if it's perfectly accurate, it can only judge the output. It can't say, it can't differentiate whether AI wrote it initially as a first draft or whether AI just improved the language and readability at the end. The fact because the output will be AI written, so it can only tell you it's been AI generated. So the level of insight that it's giving is limited. And then also secondly, I think as you've alluded to, I don't think it's very reliable. So if you're going to use it with your students, I can't see how there can ever be any disciplinary case against a student if the student doesn't admit to using it. Because I don't think an AI detection tool would stand up in court as evidence. And if you can try to find the student guilty of, a disciplinary matter, if the student takes it on review to the High Court, then the court will say, well, so what's your evidence? And then we'll ask, well, is this AI detection tool really so reliable? So I rather think, I'm asking myself, do I really have time for all of this AI detection nonsense? And the answer is no. I've got far better things to do with my time. So I would ignore all of these AI detection tools. I've now read in the paper that UCT has stopped its subscription to all of the AI detection tools. I think they're moving in the right direction. What is important if we look at our students' work is not the question, did they use AI, did they not? I think the important question is the work that they've given truly good academic work? Or does it steal somebody's ideas? There's plagiarism involved. So, for example, the following, and this is, I think, more applicable perhaps in postgraduate work. If you play around with AI, then it might suggest something very interesting. So, for example, in my example, if now it's now suggested that I call my new data visiting conceptual framework, what did it suggest? It said some interesting acronym, the data visiting conceptual framework or governance framework, with a nice little acronym that I found, very applicable and quite grabbing. Okay. But if I now just go and use that, and it might be Nancy, that somebody has already used that somewhere. So if I now just go and use that without knowing the literature, without checking the literature, then I will quickly come into big trouble because I will then be plagiarizing somebody else's concept. So don't think that if AI suggests something to you that it's necessarily new. You need to know your field.
Yes.
And also you need to go still do all your research to make sure when you're now using that idea that it is in fact new, novel that you're not committing plagiarism. But again, this is AI might have now drawn our attention to this again, but it's not really a new problem. It's actually an old problem in academia, because I could have been sitting here around this table where I'm now sitting with a few friends, and in our discussion we could have come up with an idea. I cannot assume the fact that we've come up with it that nobody else in the world has ever come up with it. I must still do that proper literature review. The same, I might be at a conference, and at the conference there's a workshop, or people give me feedback on my paper, and it gives me a great idea. The fact that I thought of this with people, with AI, whatever the case may be, does not necessarily mean I'm the first in the world to have thought of it. I must still do a proper lit review. I must know my field. So I think the problem is not so much with the AI. The problem is the old problem of you can't just it's an old problem. You must know your field properly in its breadth, in its depth. Yeah, well, I hope that
Yes, you did answer my question. Yeah, the last comment is it increases productivity. You did the detection. I also use the detection while I'm going home, driving home. I'm chatting with ChatGPT, in the car. And then by the time I get home, I have my entire, whatever I'm working on. And next minute I'm submitting, but obviously, yes, you go through it, but it does help a lot. Thank you, Prof.
Absolutely. I hope that we meet someday. We will have a lot to discuss.
Yes.
Prof, there's two more hands. Let's take both questions one after the other, and then we give you a chance to respond. Dr. Muraf?
Thank you very much, Prof. I hope you can hear me clearly, loud and clear.
Yes, I can.
Thank you very much. That was a very, very insightful presentation. I really enjoyed it. For me, I think the issue of plagiarism, you have addressed it. It is not different from what has been happening in the olden days when we don't have digital platforms. People can go to the library, it's just that they do it manually to get information. And if you just copy it as it is from wherever you get it, it is plagiarism. But if you have kind of modified it and put your own idea, then you are doing a good job. What the AI is just doing now is that it's getting this information digitally. As long as you have any information online, the AI will always get to it and then get it to you. So I think we just have to move on. I mean, change is not an easy thing. People are afraid of change. It's like going to the unknown, and I think with time, we will all get used to it. In the chat, I was trying to also give an example of people who are still not getting to the idea of driving an automatic car. They still believe manual cars are better than automatic cars. I don't know what their reason was. Very soon we are going to have driverless cars. Does it mean they're not going to go inside the cars? So thank you very much. And I think I will start using it more now, because in most cases, some of us are thinking we are doing the wrong thing when we use too much AI, that kind of a thing. But it's not depend on the way you use it and the contribution, your own contribution as a researcher. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you. We'll take the next. There's another question as well. There's Makosazane and then Ayanda. I think, if you don't mind, we'll take three and then allow you to respond. Makosazane?
Yes, hi everyone. So my question for Don Rich is that, so what makes AI writing get picked up as AI writing? Like, does it search through other AI tools to see if that had recently been typed there? Like, if I don't copy it straight from the tool and start typing it separately on Word, will it still be picked up as AI writing? So how does the detection
Does it
tool
work?
actually?
Unfortunately, I'm not an expert in that, in AI detection. As I've mentioned before, I was fascinated by it a year or two ago, and then I very quickly decided that it's not worth my time worrying about that. We need to move on. So unfortunately, I can't give you an answer of how it detects it. Sorry.
If I can jump in there, I think the quick answer is that it detects patterns in the writing. AI can often be a bit mechanistic. So there's certain patterns that it does. I've heard about the rule of threes. It writes in threes. So those are the types of things that it picks up to identify it. But the last question, go ahead.
I can just quickly say there, well, the thing is, of course, that LLMs, large language models like ChatGPT and Grok, are developing so fast in the way that they're writing, and their writing is now so natural that it is completely moved. You know, there's a clear difference in how Grok 4 writes if you compare that to just say the free model of ChatGPT. It's not just far more natural. To me, it seems completely natural. So perhaps there's some magic of how you can detect it, but I think I don't think we should waste too much time and worry about AI detection.
Okay, thank you.
Ayanda?
Good afternoon, everybody. I just had a question about bias when using AI. How do you deal with sort of the implicit biases? Because it's probably, most of them, I'd say, are mainly trained using Western data. And I think they may come with implicit bias in that way. And we've had some discussion about using it for qualitative research. How can you know that it's trustworthy to be able to interpret things within our cultures, within our context and our understandings? Or is there a way to overcome that issue?
That is an interesting challenge. So I've come across a few things in my experience, and I can actually speak on this for quite a while, because there's most certainly a lot of bias built in for, I think, a number of reasons. As you've indicated, it is trained on the knowledge that is out there, and that is quite dominated by the West. Well, at least if it's English. If it is Zulu, then it might be completely different. So I think the best advice that I can give is, firstly, that one must be aware of it. So if you're working in a field that can be affected by it, you need to have a very good, a very acute awareness of it, so that you can hopefully spot it. But also in the prompts that you give AI, you can, for example, make it clear to your AI that you want it to consider something in a specific context, or to exclude other contexts. In that way, hopefully, you will be able to navigate this in an efficient way. But I think we still have a lot to learn on how to do it. You know, my field is law, so I've done experiments with it regarding, in the case of law, it is more about it almost defaulting back to English common law instead of applying South African law in many cases, if you look at the basic building blocks. So clearly, well, it has improved significantly over the past 2 years already. I think within the next year or two, it will know South African law possibly better than any South African attorney. But at the moment, it's definitely still biased in favor of English common law, and it will almost default back to that if you drill deep enough. So, and I was able to show that, and even I've now submitted an article to that. So I think that is, apologies for this, let me just, so I think the best advice that I can give is simply, the best advice is have an acute awareness, which you clearly have, and then in your prompts, try to create a certain context, your local context, to focus on. In addition, also, you don't always need to rely on its inherent knowledge. You can provide it with certain knowledge and instruct it, in fact, to not use its inherent knowledge. So you can provide it, say, with 10 articles of your choice to create a certain paradigm or way of thinking, and then instruct it to analyze whatever information you're now going to give it within the paradigms of the knowledge that you have provided it with. So I certainly think that there are ways to deal with it. Excellent question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Thalda. Yeah, I think detail and nuance in the way you phrase your questions is essential. Let's jump to Ms. Edgecombe. She's been waiting for a while for her slot. So if you're ready, over to you.
Yes, absolutely. No worries at all. It is just such an interesting area. So we obviously need to give time for everyone to engage with it. Okay, so I am going to be moving on to very specific AI tools, research tools that you may not have come across. Some of you may have, but I'm going to be showing you what is possible with these very specialized research tools. So something different to just a general AI large language model like ChatGPT. What if you want to do some in-depth research? So I am going to be sharing my screen. I'm going to be showing you two different tools today. You're very welcome to pop some questions in the chat or whatever as we go, and I'll hopefully be able to answer. Okay, so let's just see if it is going to screen share. We're still waiting. Let's just try again to screen share. It seems to be taking a little bit of time. Okay. Okay, right, there we go. Got it going. Okay, so I'm going to be showing you two tools today that you may have heard about and never played around with. And those of you who are doing very deep research might feel quite comfortable making use of tools like this that are going to help you, in particular, understand very specific areas of research in a lot more depth and be able to pull out articles. Because I know that one of the questions that we often get with things like ChatGPT, for instance, is that, I just want to close that, is that, how do you know where the information is coming from? Now, more and more, those language models are actually giving you references to those particular articles, but it's still very much in its infancy. And yeah, with more advanced models, obviously, it's getting better with time. The one tool I'm going to show you first is something called SciSpace. So you go to something called scispace.com. There are free versions of this available. You just get a little bit less functionality and get to ask a few less questions, or you can get a paid for version as well. And I have a paid for version, and I'll chat to you more about that if you want to know the differences. And just like ChatGPT, you can actually ask a question. There are different options. We're going to just keep it in standard because most of you get free options. We'll play around with the standard version. So I just want to show you what that will look like. But of course, there's high quality research and deep review as well for those of you who'd like to pay for something. So you can see I've been playing around with this tool before we've gone, and I'm going to be looking for quite a technical area. We did a lot of work in something called synonymization, and those of you who are in data protection, anything like that, you'll probably have heard that term, synonymization. And I wanted to be able to understand what synonymization was and see what the literature was saying. So this would be something I would do right at the beginning when I'm just trying to get to terms with a particular concept. So I'm going to just ask, what is synonymization? Right, so I'm just going to ask that question. And so you'll see it's just a basic question to begin with. And now it's going to be running a search in the background. And I can actually adjust how many papers it looks at. I've used the smallest number just so that you can get a feel for it, and it's nice and quick in its responses. But what's really wonderful about this tool is you'll see that it actually gives me a response in words, similar to what happened in ChatGPT, but also what it helpfully does is actually take me to the very specific articles. And so that helps me to really look at what is most relevant in the field. So it helps me to quickly find who is writing on this topic and who is and making sure that I'm actually finding it in the relevant sections in terms of answering those kinds of questions. What also is very powerful about this tool is that it will then give me a list of all of those different papers. So the 5 top papers. In actual fact, it keeps going. 10 or so. I can actually load up to 100 papers. There are lots of papers on pseudonymization. And it will actually break down those that into key insights, conclusions. I'm too lazy to read. This is actually what TLDR stands for. So it gives you a nice summary. But in fact, I can choose any one of these columns to add. So I might want to know what were the results, or I might want a summarization of the extract, or the contributions or objectives or findings. And you can see there's lots of things, maybe even the research gap, because I'm trying to find a new area within pseudonymization, and it will list those as well that came out of the article. Now, this is really powerful because sometimes, if you're just doing general research on an article, you're actually having to read quite a lot before you get to these kinds of details. And a whole lot of what you're reading, you realize, well, this actually really isn't relevant. Might be just a waste of my time. And so here it goes beyond just providing you just with the abstract, which of course you can look at, but actually providing you with some of the key insights and interesting areas that you may want. Now, it also has a great feature that I'm able to actually then click on and look at the PDF. So I'm able to do that. And it'll open up in a new screen. I'm hoping it's moved across to that new screen for you. If it hasn't, just let me know. And I'm able to actually look at that particular article. I can even click on the PDF. I can even ask it to play me a podcast. And you'll see it takes just 25 seconds to do that. It generates a conversational podcast for me that I can listen to in the car, so that I know that by the time I get home, which articles I need to read and which ones I really don't need to waste my time with. And you'll be surprised at how...
Welcome, folks. Today we are discussing pseudonymization in GDPR-compliant medical research. Let's dive in.
Great. So, what exactly is pseudonymization, and why is it so crucial in medical research under GDPR?
Pseudonymization is a data protection technique. It involves replacing identifying information with pseudonyms, allowing data to be used for research while minimizing the risk of re-identification.
Right, so hopefully you could hear that. And I mean, it's just in such a compelling way, I'm able to quickly listen to and then really work with journal articles that I can see are most relevant and going to be the most essential for me to cover. I also can actually click on a PDF of it. And when it opens up the PDF, I can also obviously download it as well. But I can actually work within that PDF in something, a very important part of this, which I'm going to get to now, which is my library. I just can save it to my library. This also works very nicely with Zotero. If you already use Zotero, you would actually be able to pull all your information into your library. And I've got various folders that I am working with because I'm doing all sorts of work, as you can see. And here is something on de-identification and anonymization, something that I'm working in, and I can click on one of the articles. And here it has a co-pilot feature within the tool and will summarize it for me. I can ask questions specifically about this particular article. And if there's anything technical in it, I can even ask it to explain some of the mathematics tables for me. Now, this one that I particularly picked didn't have a mathematics table, so it's not describing it for you here. If you're interested in that feature, I'll find an article that has it for you. But those of you like myself who don't actually come from a statistical background or mathematical background, but often have to read very technical articles in a particular field in order to make, in my instance, legal arguments, this becomes incredibly important. I can actually just highlight and actually ask it to explain it back to me, which is wonderful. It allows me to also ask any question I want from this particular article. So you can see I've even asked already, what are linkage attacks? And so something, I'll ask it again. And so here it asks, it's going to scan this particular literature and it's going to give me a summary of it and even allow me to click on the various resources. So just for the sake of time, I've already done that. And you're going to see that within the article, as I click, it actually tells me, you know, I can read more about it. I can actually click to it. It's going to highlight the sections that particularly deal with that. And so it allows me to very quickly find that information within an article without having to stream through tons and tons of information. I find this really particularly helpful for long guidelines, things like that, where you're working in and out of that document all the time, and actually having to scroll through these massive documents can be a real headache. And so this is a great feature for finding that and actually finding some of the major sources. And you can see how easy it is to then navigate these kinds of articles. So you can save it very easily and actually work and make notes in it as well, which is really great. So this is one of the tools that I use, and you can see it does provide you with a little bit of a summary. So if you're starting out in a particular area, we'll definitely be able to provide you with that very, very helpfully, and then give you all the top literature. Like I said, we can just keep loading in a way that hopefully you can use. There are also other AI detection tools, interesting enough, just because you were asking about that, is also able to do AI detection. How brilliantly, I don't know. In actual fact, on a funny comment, my husband was actually submitting a project for his research, and I actually ran it through an AI detection tool, and the only thing it picked up was everything that he had actually written, not what he had used AI for. So yeah, obviously he writes in a very formulaic way, but it's our running joke in the family. But there's all sorts of things here as well that is actually quite helpful. There's also even AI, you know, a generator, and not an AI generator, a citation generator. So if you're not sure about something as well, you can actually find your generate your citations in particular style. And there's also goodies like AI writer, which people seem to enjoy, and you can start writing. And as you start writing, it will actually cite behind you anything that has actually been written. So you can literally just start writing your particular okay, here's an essay on climate change. Just give me an example. I'm going to say a proposal on synonymization. Okay, so obviously we'll just see what it can come up with that. Generate. And it will already start writing and actually putting in some, so this is obviously a little framework for me, and then I can type underneath here, synonymization. And the more you write, the more it will be able to actually, you can just tab and it will start generating for you. Okay, so it's got all of those features. I can even add citations. And so here it pulls up articles that have actually written something, or it's about this particular sentence that I've got, so I can decide I'm going to cite that. So one of the things I wanted to say about this, so it's going to pull in the citation for me, and I can actually then download this into Word, and you'll see it just will carry on writing. It actually even, I don't know if you saw there, Prof, it actually brought yours up for a glimpsing moment, but I don't know if that will be able to get up again. There we go, Theldar.
Oh, wonderful.
Isn't that
Good.
amazing? Okay, right, there we go.
I'm very glad.
We've got an article that Theldar has written. And so the important thing to understand with this is just as what Prof was saying, is that if you don't know the area, so obviously it's actually come in over here a little bit earlier after Cohen. If you don't know the area, you obviously are not just going to click, yes, please, will you put all of this in? But the point is, if you know these articles and it's coming from ones that you've already uploaded, it's a very quick way to write. You can already chuck in the citations as you go. And the power is in here is that I can actually go to this. I can actually go to this article. I can check. I can request a PDF if it isn't freely available. I can listen to the podcast on Prof's point, and I can make sure that, in fact, that is actually what was Prof was saying, that I'm not misquoting anybody. So it's got powerful little features that you can use as you write that are actually using journal articles. Okay, so this is just a quick introduction to this tool. I'm going to go to another tool now just to show you the difference to what other tools can do. But it was nice to see your name there, Prof. Okay, all right. So that tool was a SciSpace.
And I can tell you, sorry, a bit late, but I can tell you, Miss Edgecombe and I did not plan it like that.
No, it just
all
came
of this
up.
is, we haven't done this before, so
Yes.
it's a bit impromptu. So thank you.
Yes. Yes, there we go. So obviously, because I had picked South Africa, it's pulling up our South African authors. And so yeah, that was great. And so you can actually see, I mean, we're writing in the legal space. I mean, most of these tools are actually built for science and those in the scientific space, but it is picking up our legal articles as well. So it's showing you how powerful these tools are in order to find those relevant articles. The next one I'm going to show you is Cite at cite.ai. And again, there are free options available. It's just you're going to be able to ask fewer questions a day, or there are paid options with also more, they're more ability, you know, it gives you more different things that you can do. But I do have a basic paid option, and I'm going to show you how you can use this and why this one is a little bit different to the other tool that I actually showed you. So again, I'm going to ask the question about pseudonymization just so that you can see a compare. So I'm going to ask, what is pseudonymization? And then we're going to, I don't know if I'm, sorry, I might actually be, go, and you'll see it will now start generating a response. And this writes it in paragraph form. So it's a little bit different to how the other tool does it, which makes use of a lot of tables. But here it actually responds as if it was writing a piece. So this is really your lit review. So some of you are asking, you know, if you had to write a lit review, this would be a good lit review tool. You can make the responses longer or shorter. So that's a very interesting feature of it. And it is going to put in here, the idea of cite is it's pulling out those who are most cited in this particular field, the most citations and the most recitations of those individuals. So you can do all sorts of things like, you know, only look at the most recent articles. You can make it do it in another format. You can expand the response, make it show as a table. So I'm going to show you how to write a longer or shorter response as a result, make use of more or fewer references. Of course, the more references you use, the longer it's going to take to generate those responses. It just makes sense. It's reading a lot more. But here it's composing it based on 25 responses, which is sort of the average that it always begins with, but you can always change that around. And so it does take a little bit of a while to just check. So it actually pulls it through and then it double checks those responses in some way. And then you can actually read through it, and it's been put together in a very structured, easy to read way. Pseudonymization is a data protection technique that plays a crucial role in contemporary data privacy practices, especially in the realms of health care and research. And so because it's a little bit longer, it's taking a bit longer to generate it for me. But what I want to show you here is what's really important. Okay, well, there we go. It's come through. These are all the different authors that it has particularly pulled out. And what is important about Cite and how it's different to the other tool that I was showing you is that it actually shows me where within the article that has been referenced. In other words, was it in the discussion section? Was it in perhaps the introduction? Was it, for instance, here, was it just in the abstract? So maybe that was a paid for article. So the reason that that becomes very important is that if I am going to refer to someone and say, well, you know, their article is the one I'm going to rely on, I really want that rather to be somewhere in the discussion, or rather than it just being part of, say, the introduction. It was just a passing comment. They were actually referring to a whole lot of other people. They were referencing a lot of other people there, rather than them actually really engaging with the topic. So this helps me to know, okay, this is probably a far more important one than something later on where maybe it's just actually part of that person's introduction. So that's a very, very helpful tool. The other thing is when I actually scroll over it, it actually pulls up the sections that are relevant. So it allows me to read it firsthand to make sure that I can actually, you know, and I'm able to very quickly verify that that's what was happening. I can actually view the PDF just as I showed you before, or clicking on it opens it up in another screen. I'm able to cite it. In fact, you can actually have a plug-in site so that whatever else you look at, you're able to actually see a lot of these metrics there for you. But it also gives me, you know, who cited them and who did they refer to. Okay, so in terms of who cited them, I can also see whether they were merely just mentioned or whether people agreed with them or disagreed with them. And so here you can see that this was obviously just foundational. So these are just areas that was mentioned, but it becomes very interesting to me if somebody disagreed with them, it would actually bring it up that there was a disagreement. And I already know here then there's a debate in this area, and I'm able to address two authors now who have actually had differing opinions on the same topic. So really great material when I'm writing an article to know that there are differing opinions on this, that there's no actually consensus. So that makes it really nice when I can actually see there hasn't been consensus here, just mentioning. But when I can pick up that there hasn't been a consensus, I can actually say, wow, that's an area that I can really write into. And that becomes really important. So you can see very, very powerful what these AI tools are actually able to do now as a result, making your research a lot more fine-tuned and a lot quicker. Because just imagine how long that would take you on something like a Google Scholar. You would have to actually be reading a lot of it before you can even pick up, well, this is the major debate, these are the major players. Here I'm able to see immediately these are the major players, how many times they're cited. The little green tick is how many times that they're actually agreed with. So supporting citations with this particular idea. How many times they're disagreed with, maybe they actually, you don't know. It might be contrasting. So in other words, here there's somebody who raises a question around that particular point. So just being able to have this on hand is a very, very powerful tool for research, as you can tell. And I can give it feedback as well, whether I'm satisfied or not. The last thing I'm going to show you is just its table function. And there's, of course, a lot more to what this is able to do in terms of its assistant functions and various products that it has. Reference checking, also very, very helpful. If you're writing and you can't actually recall where you got it from, you can type it in there and see which references come up and go, yes, it was actually that article. That's very helpful, especially if you know that you've written quite a lot in the area. And for instance, you're writing a proposal. I actually used it for that purpose. I was writing a proposal for our group, and Professor Thaldar threw it at me and he said, please, you know all of our group's articles. Can you please write the proposal and actually show off everything that our group's done on it, and to be able to strengthen that proposal? And in fact, when your group's written a whole lot on this, you may know, and those articles start blurring into each other. And so I actually wrote it in this tool and was able to then very quickly be able to verify where exactly it came from, different authors writing, and be able to put that proposal together overnight, versus a lot of you who have written up proposals will know that it can actually be a few weeks of your time. So incredibly powerful tool to be able to do that kind of thing. So I've just shown you a few things quickly. I thought maybe there are some questions in the meantime, and then I can show you what that, because often there might be questions that you might want to ask the tool while I have it open, and anything specific you would like me to play around with that I can do for you online. So I thought maybe now is a good time for you to be able to ask those questions, and I'll pop back on to show you what it can do.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Edgecombe. That's really, really thank you for going through these two different tools. They're really amazing and so powerful. If I can just share with you some, I copied out some of these points from the chat, just to give you a sense of the conversation. First one, amazing, amazing. Next one, wow. Next one was, wow, this is amazing. The next one was liberating. Then, this is my new best friend. And then another one said, this is the best day ever. So very positive feedback all the way around from colleagues.
Good.
I've seen a few different colleagues ask about pricing.
Yes.
If you've got any thoughts about that.
Yes, like I said, you can use it to begin with for free. It gives you, I think, around 5 queries that you can ask it. So if that's all you're doing with it, then you could probably use the paid version along as the unpaid version, the free version, along with your general LMS, LLMs. So so you can make use of that. I do have paid versions, and this is the advice I want to give people: is that if you get a free version, they will start sending you emails, and they will make it cheaper and cheaper and cheaper every day. And so, in fact, I have both tools for under $10. So both of those tools I've got for under 200 Rand. And literally, if I spent another week, they probably would have even sent me more discounts. So always wait for discounts. You can search for discount codes for all of these tools. They're always available online. You just copy and paste it in there. You should never pay the full amount for these tools. And so I think the one costs about 80 Rand, and that's the SciSpace one. So the one that you can actually do most with. You don't need both tools. Obviously, I got both tools because I'm doing my PhD. So I thought, for 200 Rand, this is saving me so much time. It is well worth my $200 a month. But you could actually just get one for 80 Rand. And yeah, so that's why I say, don't pay the full amount, just get the free subscription, wait for them to email you, and then jump on the best. And sometimes they even give you 3 months with it. Yeah, so that's my top tip when it comes to that.
Well, that's amazing and very useful.
Better still, get your department to pay for this.
Yes. Yes, it can come off your grant, and
Very
actually
useful.
they should. I actually really think universities need to be investing in this for staff, and they require us to put a lot of research out every year, and so having tools that allow us to do that just makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, great. There was another comment in the chat I just want to share before we go to Tembelishile. Osega mentioned, thank you so much. You have changed my life with this information. So it's very, very valuable. Tembelishile, over to you.
Right, thank you so much. That was so profound from both of the presenters. And I will attest to the both of the AI SciSpace inside are very useful. I was introduced to it back in 2023, so I know about the free versions, but I was never actually motivated to pay for it. But today, I kid you not, for my masters, I genuinely need the help. So from the advice, it seems like it sounds really exciting, and it seems very useful. So I have a question specifically about the use of SciSpace and Cite also, especially if you are going to generate writing for literature. Does the AI actually follow the structure of PEE, which means in your paragraph you have a point, you have examples, and then provide evidence? Does it follow that, or is it something that you still need to apply as a scientist in your writing? I hope the question is clear.
Yes, for the most part, in fact, SciSpace does have a feature just to write your literature review and literature review style. If there's a specific style within your school, you might need to adjust it. But I actually found for law, it's pretty much good to go. Look, I would not trust it to generate me a literature review. I just want to have that, we are dealing with AI. And some of the times I know the articles that I'm using, and sometimes it has misquoted those individuals. It said that they've agreed or when they've actually disagreed with something. So you have got to be careful. This is a first, as we're saying with everything, you've got to double check it. That is your duty to do it. But it is going to cut down your time by days, if you make use of these tools. So I find for the most part, the format is actually really fantastic. And for doing proposals, that kind of thing, I find that is more than sufficient because they're generally, you're trying to actually condense something into quite a few words, and it's able to do that. You might be tweaking here or there, but for the most part, the format is set up for you to do proposals and literature reviews in particular, both SciSpace and for SAT. So I find them to be really good, yeah.
But there's a question in the chat, a quick one, asking about the different types of tools in this space. They mentioned SciSpace, Perplexity came up. I'm familiar with Elicit. Are there others that you'd like to recommend?
You know what? I did a lot of research before I signed up, and these were the two. I actually even got PaperPal, that is something that you can put into Word and actually writes with you. So that's another one that I use, and I actually didn't end up enjoying it. I think that these kinds of things, like anything, it's such a personal taste. And that's why if you can actually play around with a lot of tools before you commit, if you are going to get a paid subscription, because then you end up becoming dedicated to it. And so I actually just end up using SciSpace and SAT because I'm paying for it. That's what I'm going to make use of. But of course, a lot of other tools are on the market and are catching up. And I get so much on PaperPal because I had PaperPal at one point, but I didn't like it integrated into Word. So, but for somebody else, they really want something integrated into Word. They don't want to have to go to another tool. And so having it integrated into Word where it's actually checking your citations and bringing up all of those other features. In fact, Cite you can also integrate into Word. I just really didn't like it because when I write, I like free flow writing. I enjoy the craft of it. Proper saying some people like the craft. I love the craft of it. So I don't want something interfering in my flow. And so I'm very much going to the tool, getting what I need from it, and then integrating it into my writing. So it very much depends on you. But yeah, PaperPal is another one that I've used that's also very powerful if you don't mind integrating, or if you don't mind something that's really integrated into Word. Yeah, but I haven't played around with too many more than that I've found that appeal to the kind of research I do. Of course, I'm in law. A lot of the other tools are science-based, and so they weren't flexible enough for me in the law space. Yeah, but I'm sure others can recommend that on the chat.
Yeah, thank you. So useful. And yes, colleagues, if you have any other ideas, pop them in the chat. There's two more hands, Mamukete and I think it's Tembulichle again. Mamukete first.
Thank you so much, Aliki. My question, I know that
my benefits.
Zendi, would you mind muting, please?
Yeah, that when you're using AI tools, that they make life easy. And my question only just relate to that when you do your references, do I need to acknowledge that I use those tools, or because for obvious reasons, like you say, it makes life easier, but you need to check and verify and start writing your own, bring your voice into what you're writing about. But then I just have I'm not sure if that's the case. Should I reference it or should I just leave it like that? Because now I have put my voice onto what I picked up from AI. Thank you.
Okay, that's a really great question. Actually, Prof. Theldar has done a lot of thinking in this, but if I can just start off, if you're just using SciSpace or Cite that I was doing, and you're actually using it as your really, really powerful search engine, which is what you're going to be doing it for, and using it to be able to read your PDFs a lot easier, then it's like using Google Scholar or anything else. You're not actually using it to generate necessarily your entire response. But as a whole, when we're talking about the use of ChatGPT or any of those in terms of generating the responses, then there's always going to be a disclaimer at the beginning. I think most universities have gone with that way, that you just you put a disclaimer in, you just say, I have made use of generative AI, and for what purposes? And that purposes might be because, an assistance in your writing, or it may have been a part of your brainstorming. So generally, every university has come up with their own policy, but I know us at UKZN, we just disclose it and we say exactly how we've used it. And as long as you've disclosed it and say exactly how you've used it, there's no problem. So that would be my short answer to that. I don't know if Prof, you want to add, having actually been part of the writing of that policy. But I think that that is the good general advice. You're not going to put in your footnote or in brackets ChatGPT after, you know, what you have grabbed from there. Ultimately, you are the responsible writer. You are the one who's responsible for that work that's there, and that is your contribution. You will, however, disclaim that you have made use of AI for whatever, you know, the purposes that you made use of it. I don't know if there's anything to add there. I think I've summarized your position, Prof, if I'm right. Yeah.
100%.
That's our school's policy. But of course, if you're from a different institution, you need to go with what your school's policy is on that. Yeah.
It might also be that certain journals might require, well, journals might also have their own policies. So I think our local law journals have a very laissez-faire approach. But then international journals, because Ms. Edgecombe and I work in health law and data governance, so we often publish in international journals. But there, I think it's very similar to UKZN's policy, where they would actually encourage, well, allow you to use AI as long as you disclose in your either methodology, if relevant, or in your acknowledgement section. And that's 100%. But I do know that there are some journals, specifically local journals like the South African Journal of Science, that will not allow AI-generated work. But I think that, I have my opinion of that, of course. So if you prepare your work, whether it is a PhD thesis, like Ms. Edgecombe, whether it's an article, just make sure that you align with the policy with the relevant policies. Your university might have a policy, you need to align with that. Or if you prepare it for Journal X, just read Journal X's policy and make sure that you align with it. You can also, if you find it overly constrictive or overly restrictive, then choose another journal, as simple as that. Yep. Unfortunately, it might be a bit more difficult to change your university policy, but what shall I say? Some things you can change, some things you can't.
Hopefully things are moving in a more progressive direction. And
if you
these
want
policies
to have
are changing.
If you want to have a look or refer anybody to UKZN's AI policy, it is on our homepage, ukzn.ac.za, and there's a button called Quick Links. And there, under that Quick Links tab, you'll find, I think at the bottom, a link to the UKZN AI policy.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. Tembelishla, would you like to ask another question?
Right, thank you so much about that. I'm going to ask you to maybe go back to the tab for SciSpace so that what I'm going to ask makes sense, please, if it's not too much trouble.
Okay, yes, I'm here.
All right, so you do remember that every time you pose a question, right, it will give you somewhat of a abstract with the top papers that came through, and then a table with more than 5 papers, right? So
make top 10.
More of the columns after that, you would find specific things that will relate to the results, the conclusions of that study, what was the shortcomings, and so forth. So I want to ask you from experience, and also being in positions where you are writing papers, specifically from the shortcomings of a specific study. How do you go about formulating paragraphs, question, and the papers that you're getting are focusing only on the shortcomings of a certain study?
Yeah. Okay, so I think, maybe you want to do the limitations then. And you can focus in just on this. So if I'm working on the limitations of particular papers, now generally what I would do is I would have already sifted through these, if that makes sense, to be clear. So I wouldn't keep, because here it's a top 10, but they might not all be overly relevant to me. So that's why this is actually quite helpful. I'm just kind of scanning this to see what is most relevant. This is the nice one. This I think I call it too lazy to read, but I think they do have a funny too lazy. They just want something to read or whatever. And this is a really nice one because it gives you the summary of it, and it's also got the research gap and the limitations. I can click whatever I think is relevant. And then I'm only going to select the ones that I actually really want, right? And already it even tells me, I actually want to see some similar papers. I mean, that's already great. Okay. And I would then be chatting with those papers. So I can even go to Copilot and chat with them or find similar papers. And I would then be working in the article itself. So I would never ask this to necessarily draft the limitations. I could, and I would do that probably as an original response. And I can obviously save all of that. I can do that in AI Writer. I can paraphrase it. I can even add it to, a document that I have. I can extract any data I need to. But normally my methodology would be, firstly, I want to make sure that what I'm including in it is the most relevant information. And then I will actually put it into my library. And then I have all those different library resources. And within the libraries, what is very helpful about the way the libraries work. For instance, I even had a student doing something on deep fakes, and I actually put all of her articles in there so I could work with them. But say I've got like chapter 3 going on here, then I can ask any questions about the relevant information I'm going to use, because now I have actually sifted out. Those are most key to me. You can see I just keep it down to the most relevant column. But like you were saying, maybe I just want to go to the limitations. I can actually go whatever, and then I can ask, what is the limitations of these studies or of these articles that are in here? It will take a little bit of time to do because unfortunately there's a lot in here. But what were the key limitations, if that makes sense? And it will give me a report just like we've got with everything else, but it's going to make use of just the articles that I have now shortlisted. And that's what a key it didn't shame because it's a little bit. Sorry, it's just because there's too much going on. But if that makes sense, it would be able to do that in terms of actually looking at your very, very specific articles. It's just obviously a higher function. I've used quite a... So that would generally be my methodology, Timberley. I don't know if that helps.
It helps a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Pleasure, yeah. And that's the power of these tools, is because I can actually see it in very shorthand, very, very quickly. Obviously, because there's a call going on, and I'm using a very data-heavy tool, and there's quite a lot open here. It is taking a bit of time, but when you're not on a call, it is obviously a bit faster, and you don't have 100 things open. But you can see already, actually, even with it being a little bit slower. I mean, it's very,
there was a question about the export button there. Can it be exported to Excel?
Yes, you can. I don't know if Excel, you can upload the PDFs. Yeah, you can. There we go.
Yeah.
That's a new feature. I saw CSV before, and I actually found that quite an irritating function. But here we go. It actually is now exporting to Excel. So you've actually helped me there. And all of this is, they've even got a new thing that I haven't even tried yet, SciSpace Agent. I mean, I haven't even tried it yet. It's just out this month. So they're always updating things that you've just got to play around with. But you can see it is obviously taking a bit of time. But yeah.
I've got my eye on the clock. I'm noticing we've got 2 minutes away before time. Perhaps we can sum up. I want to just, there was a question that came up a few times in the chat, and I got a private message again to ask this on someone's behalf. It was directed at Professor Thalda. They were asking, how did you get into data governance? And so they'd like to know a bit of that background. And then perhaps I can ask both of you to just share your final thoughts on what you've presented today. Professor Thalda?
So I'm in health data governance specifically, and I think that was how shall I put it, more as a, well, more of a organic development from being a lawyer who is involved with lots of health related projects, because with health research, there's always such a lot of data, especially with genomics research. Genomic data are just massive, and it contains sensitive personal information. So that's the link with law. So to briefly answer that question, but I don't think that's too relevant to the AI things that we're doing. I think final thought, just brief. I would strongly encourage you to start using AI and really become masters of AI. It shouldn't be the tail wagging the dog. You need to be the dog wagging the tail. You need to be in charge. You need to be the master of AI. So use it efficiently, use it responsibly. All the best, and I hope you've got a very nice weekend.
Thank you, sir. It was very, very powerful. Aliki, over to you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. It's been wonderful being here with you today. And really, part of this is a journey. You're going to have to play around with a lot of tools. I don't think overthink it as well. I know at the beginning, I also researched tons of tools before I settled on these two. But I think that, more and more, a lot of them are having similar features. So don't be too stressed. The main thing is, play around, see what works for you, and enjoy it. And you're going to see that you're going to enjoy your research a lot more when you have these tools alongside you. So hopefully I just gave you a good taster for all the fun that you're going to have over this weekend as you play around with them.
Yes, absolutely. I want to thank you both so much. It's been so powerful, so valuable. I think I echo the sentiments that are in the chat where everybody, I think they feel like their day has been made. They've learned so much. I think we feel empowered based on what we've learned. And that was the goal of what we're trying to do here. We want colleagues to go away and be able to try this for themselves, learn about the power of these tools and see the value in what they do. To reiterate some of the points that Prof. Dalda mentioned, we've got to verify. Verify, 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 I think was the quote that you shared. So try it out. What I like to say is be the driver, not the passenger. So understand what's coming back at you and just work with it, iterate until you're happy with the product that comes out. I've learned so much, and this has been really valuable. So thank you both so much. Colleagues, there is a link going on in the chat. Please do fill in the evaluation form. It'll give us some feedback on how we manage these sessions in the future. But once again, thank you both so much.
Massive pleasure. Enjoy the weekend.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Cheers. So long, everyone.
Chair,
Bye-bye.
Chair, we are forgetting the picture again.
Bye-bye.
Okay.